Good morning, everyone. Before we formally begin, please be reminded of the following and abide by the guidelines set forth by the organizers of this conference. First, be reminded that your microphone and webcam shall be disabled during the session. We encourage you to listen attentively to the discussion. We have several respectable speakers, experts in the field of teacher education. Should you have questions, clarifications, and technical issues, kindly use the chat box. Your questions shall be immediately addressed by the assigned chat box moderators for the day. Type your questions in the chat box. These shall be addressed towards the end of the morning session during the question and answer. Kindly indicate your name and affiliation when posting your questions. Please be respectful. Refrain from using foul language when raising your concerns. After the webinar, the link to the Google form containing the evaluation tool will be provided. Kindly accomplish this within the day. By the way, we shall have a Zoom gallery photo at the end of the morning session, so be ready for that as well. For now, please keep your webcams off and turn them on during the photo opportunity. We now formally start the program. We begin with an opening prayer to be led by the principal of the University of Santo Tomas Education High School. This shall be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Almighty and ever-living God, we glorify and thank you for the many blessings that you have given us. You have showered us with so much blessings despite the pandemic, and your presence continuously reminds us of your faithfulness and guidance during these trying times. As we begin our first International Passion for Scholarship and Love for Mission Conference for Teacher Education and Formation, we humbly ask you to shower our speakers today of your greatest inspiration so that they may share the most of their knowledge and expertise as we strive for the formation of Catholic teachers. May we all absorb the invaluable knowledge and learning from this conference and put it into practice as we serve the home, the church, and the global community. We pray that you bless all the committees in charge of this conference, that the objectives they have set may be achieved. Bless also the College of Education and the University of Santo Tomas with your unending grace. Lord, heal our land and continue to shower us all with good health. Your infinite blessing would mean the success of this first International SEAMEO Conference for Teacher Education and Formation. May we be a living witnesses of your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this conference. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Saint Joseph of Calasanz, pray for us. Saint Thomas Aquinas, pray for us. Saint Dominic de Guzman, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Sa manlulupi, di
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joel Adamos, your program moderator for this morning's session. Allow me to welcome everyone, our speakers, colleagues, participants, students, and guests to the first International Psalm Conference for Teacher Education Formation, Passion for Service and Love for the Mission. I believe this is true as education can be viewed as a service to humanity, and every teacher education institution has a particular mission. And allow me to highlight the words passion and love. When you look at the etymology of the word passion, passion means suffering. And we can all agree that teaching is not an easy task. And many teachers are perhaps quietly suffering in the performance of their responsibilities for various reasons. But we continue to persist because of our love for our vocation and our love for our students. We now have more than 100 participants in this conference and several more watching through our YouTube channel. We have participants from various teacher education institutions across the country, and we also have some participants from schools in basic education. We are glad that you decided to be with us today. I know that you will learn much from our conversation with our esteemed speakers. This inaugural conference is organized by the College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas together with the Office for International Relations and Programs. This is in celebration of the 410th founding anniversary of the university and the 95th anniversary of the College of Education. And we are holding this conference in line with the 34th Father Antonio Gonzalez OP Memorial Lecture, the 2nd Nenita Caralipio Honorary Lecture, and the 6th Dr. Lourdes Custodio Research Festival. The names that I have mentioned, they are but a few of the many luminaries of the UST College of Education. As this is an important event, it is but fitting that you are officially and warmly welcomed to this conference by none other than the reputable Dean of the College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas, Associate Professor Dr. Pilar Isidoro Romero.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adamas. Professor Dr. Cheryl Peralta, our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, our esteemed speakers, co-administrators, academic and support staff, students, and representatives from colleges and universities, both local and international. Good morning and welcome to the first Psalm International Conference. The College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas has been carrying out the mission of forming professional teachers who embody both excellence and virtues. This legacy of 95 years may be minuscule compared to the 410 years of glorious existence of our university. But as they say, age is not about chronology. It is about energy. And energy is what we are in dire need of in this fatigue-inducing time. Despite the pandemic and with the devastation it is wreaking on the fragile systems of our country, our community in the College of Education, students, support and academic staff, and administrators remain even more zealous in the pursuit of our mission to train and form future educators who shall become instruments of human flourishing, even in the most formidable of circumstances. This first International Psalm Conference is more than a gathering of academics who will lend their powerful voices and produce a cacophony of ideas in the areas of teacher professional competence and professional identity. It is a testament to the tenacity of our educational institution, a stirring articulation of our commitment to plod on, even as we are mired in the turbulent waters of transition. The state's insouciant attitude towards private education and the languishing emotion that afflicts many of us, albeit we are unaware. Above all, it is a pitch for all of us who are engaged in teacher education. We who are struggling with enrollment, a bloated curriculum, faculty retention, and a managerialist tendency that afflicts even those educational institutions who claim to be mission-driven. It is a pitch for hope, for better days, when revival and not survival becomes the prevalent atmosphere in our campuses, and when passion for mission and not mere competition shall undergird our philosophy, vision, goals, and core values. This is the start of our conversation. After this conference, let us continue talking, sharing, learning, and journeying together until the embers of ideas initiated by it shall burst into a conflagration of actions for and on behalf of teacher education and formation. Welcome once again to this conference and to the College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas.
Thank you very much, Dean Romero. Allow me to acknowledge our university administrators who are joining us in this conference. Aside from the Dean, we also have the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Dr. Cheryl Peralta. This conference provides an avenue for us to listen to experts from different universities and institutions. We have local speakers as well as resource persons from Japan, Poland, and Taiwan. To give the rationale and objectives of this conference, please welcome the chairperson of the Department of Elementary Education of the UST College of Education, Assistant Professor Dr. Carmina Vicente. Dr. Vicente.
May I be allowed to share?
Yes, you may do so.
Thank you. May I know if the slide is being seen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Our dear Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Cheryl Peralta, our beloved Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Pilar Romero, esteemed guest speakers and lecturers, school administrators of UST and the different schools in the Philippines and other countries attending today, dear fellow educators, our dear students, pre-service teachers, and participants, good morning. This event is a confluence of our celebration of the 3 annual events mentioned earlier by Dean Romero and Dr. Adamos, being celebrated in the UST College of Education in honor of 3 of the most influential people who have demonstrated not only their passion for scholarly works, but as well as exemplified love for mission, most in particular in the field of education. Father Antonio Gonzalez, OP, Memorial Lecture is an annual lecture in honor of the very first regent of the College of Education from 1972 to 1980. This lecture serves as the highlight of the Foundation Week celebration. This conference also remembers or celebrates the 6th Dr. Lourdes J. Custodio Research Festival in recognition of one of the former deans of the UST College of Education, who not only dedicated her life in the field of education, but most in particular in teacher training. More so, who epitomized what teaching as a mission really means. Lastly, this conference is also has been organized to remember the second Lita Caralipio Honorary Lecture, the second of an annual lecture series in honor of Professor Caralipio, the longest-serving principal of the grade school department and coordinator of the Department of Elementary Education in the College of Education, University of Santo Tomas. Having been a witness myself of the noble examples shown by Dean Custodio and Ma'am Caralipio, as we, her students, their students, would lovingly call them, I am deeply honored to present the rationale and objectives of this very first International SEAMEO Conference for Teacher Education and Formation, which is the brainchild of our ever-vibrant, passionate, and compassionate Dean, Associate Professor Dr. Pilar Romero. The global COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unprecedented challenge in all walks of life. It has clutched different sectors and overthrown people around the world to a new social and economic crisis. Education is one of them. Due to the pandemic, around 1.52 billion students stranded at home and over 60.2 million teachers remain out of schools, according to the United Nations Secretary General as of March 2020. We often hear about 21st century learners and the knowledge and skills our students will need in the future. But what about teachers? What instructional skills will the 21st century teachers need to prepare our students, especially now we have this pandemic? How are they different from the skills teachers needed in the past? The COVID pandemic has brought a far-reaching change in the way teachers teach. Teachers play a crucial role in student learning and achievement. Students have shown how, studies have shown that how teachers instruct and interact with students is the cornerstone around which to build effective schools. The Wing Institute in 2021 reported that a summary of the available studies accumulated over the past 40 years on a key education driver, teacher competencies, offers practical strategies, practices, and rules to guide teachers in ways to improve instruction that improves student performance and the quality of work experience. Competencies, we all know, are knowledge, skills, and attitudes that enable and allows the teacher to be successful. While many of us have experienced the transformational power of an effective teacher, that we can intuitively say that there is a line between teaching and student academic achievement. Research have shown that of all the factors under the control of a school are the teachers are the most influential to all their students, especially to their success. If previously the university's major aim was that of providing students with certain types of knowledge that they were expected to learn and apply later on, Universities nowadays focuses primarily on the life skills. Our aim as educators is to teach students to obtain knowledge by themselves and to work in ways that enable them to come up with new ideas, generating new ideas. It is a key tenet of modern society. So we can say passion for scholarship is a must. We have to instill this passion to every student in our room, in our class. But that will not be enough. It has to be partnered with love for mission. If we want to sustain success in the field of education, love for mission is essential. We can say now that functional competence plus personal identity would be the specific elements that would describe our confidence for this day. Passion for scholarship and love for mission would define the acronym SEAMEO. This is a one-day international event organized for educators, pre-service teachers of various teacher education institutions in the Philippines and other countries. For this year's conference, we are honored to have guest speakers and lecturers from the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, Poland, and specifically from SEAMEO, who will be sharing with us their expertise in view of the different topics in line with the theme for this year. We have emphasized functional literacy, specifically here in our country, the Philippines. It is stated in the PPST that a set of standards has been made. They are explicit and it has to be shown. It has to be demonstrated by every student, by every teacher, so that they will become models of their learners. What teachers should know and do are within the terrain of the functional competence, while value puts premium on personal identity. In the study of Ismail, Don, Yusin, and Khalid in 2018, there is an averagely strong, significant relationship between school leaders, instructional leadership, and teachers' knowledge, and a positive relationship which may be weak, but significant relationship has been found between school leaders, instructional leadership, and teacher skills. Thus, they have recommended that school leaders adopt instructional leadership in their performance or in their particular field to improve teachers' functional competency. You can see in your screen a list of functional competencies that every student, teacher, every pre-service teachers in a teacher training institution should acquire. And this will be a great challenge to everyone, to every teacher in this field. If I may share the competency model according to Hay McBurr in 2003, it focuses on the development of an individual's personal characteristics. And it states that it is very challenging and it has to be given special emphasis so as to achieve targeted success through trainings and continuous development program. So if we will look at the iceberg, we can imagine this iceberg would symbolize that what we can see would be the competency. The skills and knowledge will be visible. However, what is more important would be the behavior element, which is found below the seas, no? So we can say that the trait and personality really matters. Identity is a key influencing factor on teachers' sense of purpose, self-efficacy, motivation, commitment, job satisfaction, and effectiveness. This will help us remember and focus our attention in today's conference as we learn more about how to come up and how to formulate and develop our own personal identity as a teacher. Therefore, the theme of this first conference is harmonizing functional competence and personal identity in teacher education. With this theme, the objectives are as follows. We aim to strengthen the faculty and students' professional development program, the internationalization at home, networking and linkages and public presence initiatives of our beloved College of Education. Second, significantly contribute to the development of competencies on supervision, coaching, and mentoring among pre-service teachers and in-service teachers. Because we believe, the organizers believe, that this will pave the way for the development of both functional competence and long-term personal identity among the participants, the teachers at present and in the future. Third objective will be to start a powerful conversation, as mentioned by Dean Romero a while ago, that will influence those who are charged with the training and formation of future teachers to transition from supervision to mentoring, and eventually they will become leaders themselves. And this will be translated and explained to us based on their experience and expertise by our esteemed speakers and lecturers following these themes or topics in the morning and in the afternoon session. With this, my dear friends, we hope and we believe that academic and administrative officials, faculty, and students from our university, as well as our partner institutions and networks from local and international communities who are attending this conference, we will all benefit the exchange of ideas, as this will be a convergence of best practices and innovations in education in the face of challenges and opportunities brought about by the new normal. With that, let us remember the new normal may be a corona life, but it should be one that will inspire us to go beyond this stage in our life. Teaching is both a passion and a mission. With that, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vicente. Bearing in mind the reasons why we organized this conference, we can now proceed to the opening address. The theme of this conference is Harmonizing Functional Competence and Personal Identity in Teacher Education, which is a timely theme. Competence is expected of teachers in pre-service and in-service alike. And equally important is the identity they carry as Filipino teachers from the respective colleges and universities. Presently, we have more participants coming in. We have participants from Capiz State University, CLC Cabanatuan City, from our SEAMEO partner institutions, Tsukuba University in Japan, and the National Taiwan Normal University. Welcome, everyone. Teachers play a critical role in any educational reform, and teacher education institutions who train future or prospective teachers have to work hand in hand with the educational agencies to ensure teacher quality. To deliver the opening address entitled Teacher Training and Formation in the Catholic University of the Philippines, Challenges and Victories, let us welcome the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of the University of Santo Tomas, Professor Dr. Cheryl R. Peralta.
Good morning. I'll share my slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Dean Dr. Pilar Romero, fellow administrators and academic staff, the organizers of this conference, our distinguished resource persons, students, participants, and guests, good morning. I hope that you and your families are safe and healthy amidst this pandemic, and I admire you for continuing your pursuit of professional growth and continuing development despite the rather challenging context that we face as educators. I was tasked to share with you the experience of the University of Santo Tomas, the Catholic University of the Philippines, in terms of teacher training and formation. Even prior to the pandemic, the University of Santo Tomas has always put a lot of premium on the pursuit of excellence and continuous quality improvement in order to remain relevant to the times. This is attested to by its numerous recognitions from national and international agencies. We've always believed that all these achievements would not have been possible without our most important resource and partners, our teachers, who are with us in our mission of producing competent, compassionate, and committed Thomasians. With the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to the suspension of in-person classes in March 2020, we all had to engage in an emergency shift to remote instruction, forcing us to shift to online learning with options for offline strategies for those with technology and internet limitations. We prioritized our outcomes in order to adjust the content as well as the assessments and grading schemes to make them more manageable for our students. We modified work arrangements in order to promote less risk or the least risky environment where our personnel will need to work in, and an expansion of support services for our faculty and students. Anticipating that remote instruction will remain to be the mode of delivery for the succeeding academic year, the university implemented strategies to sustain the quality of educational delivery, and these are captured in the 4 Ps: principles, product, process, and people. Our guiding principle for offering enriched virtual mode of instruction in the context of the pandemic is centered on the university implementing a mode of instruction that is rooted in the principles of communion and encounter that promotes dialogue and ensures accessibility and flexibility in learning. Dialogue is promoted with and among administrators, faculty, and students so we may all understand each other's contexts given this unprecedented situation in our country. Accessibility takes into consideration the technological capacity and internet connectivity of both teachers and students. And flexibility promotes the understanding and accommodation of faculty, students, and staff in terms of the limitations they face related to health, psychosocial, environmental, or technological situations, and to provide the options that will balance responsibility with flexibility. Education in the enriched virtual mode of instruction is still centered on the outcomes of Thomasian education, captured in our Thomasian graduate attributes and the seal of Thomasian education, which are focused on developing graduates who will serve as servant leaders, effective communicators and collaborators, analytical and creative thinkers, and lifelong learners. With this in mind, we offered enriched virtual mode of instruction in the first term of academic year 2020-2021, and the enrichments are captured in 4 main strategies. Team teaching strategies that will allow students to take advantage of the expertise of more than one faculty member, contributing to the development of outcomes of being analytical and creative thinkers. Interaction with industry partners and alumni to complement professional competency development towards the development of outcomes on lifelong learning. Collaborative learning with foreign partner institutions through lectures from foreign faculty and joint activities with foreign students enrolled in courses similar to or related to those of our students, towards the development of outcomes related to effective communicators and collaborators, and remote encounters with community partners through media that is easily accessible to both the community and the students to contribute to the development of outcomes on servant leadership. The strategies that we implemented are anchored in a framework adapted from Education Quality International, at the center of which is the guiding principle for enriched virtual mode of instruction, and anchored also on the 3 C's, the seal of Thomasian education and Thomasian graduate attributes, as well as the program outcomes for each of the programs offered by the university. It was composed of strategies that are intended to improve learning design, support services, and technology and infrastructure. In terms of learning design, we aim to implement methods that are effective for individuals, groups, and communities, promote a learning environment that will help students achieve a positive experience and an experience of a global classroom, implement learning assessments that are holistic and authentic, and promote academic integrity, and to provide support for the faculty in terms of pedagogy, technology, and remote work. And likewise for students in terms of providing feedback, guidance, and remote support. We also aim to improve technological infrastructure so that there's a variability of the design and the types used, as well as the quality, availability, reliability, and security of our technological infrastructure. All these within the context of health and safety and public health standards, aiming to minimize risks to health while continuing education amidst this pandemic. So in terms of people, we focused on the needs of our faculty and students, which included an emphasis on their health and safety, capacity building, feedback for improvement, and later, as allowed by government regulations, a slow and safe return to campus. Our faculty training program for enriched virtual mode of instruction is organized and facilitated mainly by our Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery and our Educational Technology Center. This is a collaborative undertaking in order to ensure that pedagogical principles and the use of available technological tools are given emphasis on the training in order to help our teachers continue planning and implementing instruction for students. Our faculty training plan has the following features. It is vision-driven and is aimed at maximizing opportunities for our teachers to contribute to our institutional vision of being a premier Catholic university in Asia and beyond. It is needs-focused because it focuses on the needs of our teachers, identified and continually evaluated through formal and informal feedback mechanisms. Similar to student instruction, the training program is outcomes-based, with teachers expected to demonstrate learning through the course plans, course sites, and materials that they prepare for their students. It covers several aspects of development, including pedagogy, technology, values and spiritual formation, and even the promotion of health and well-being. It is also intended to be progressive and developmental, aiming to motivate each teacher to engage in a continuing process of planning, teaching, reflecting, and improving so we can be a notch better each day, one day at a time. And finally, it is anchored on pedagogical principles that permeate through all academic programs and maximization of available technological tools that enable a more engaging and positive student experience. Indeed, we cannot deny that there were a lot of challenges shifting to a purely online instruction, coupled with offline strategies, according to or appropriate to the programs in order to accommodate possible difficulties of students in terms of accessing um, online instruction. While we may have encountered these challenges, such as poor internet connectivity, I'm sure this is not unique to our university, and this is an experience of both students and faculty members. This is indeed a challenge in terms of allowing the use of all available tools that may be able to help students learn better. And so this allowed faculty members as well to be more creative in terms of looking at other strategies that may complement online instruction and allow students to understand the concepts being taught. Limited technological devices, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, there were teachers and even students who, even if they were willing to engage in online instruction, may not have had the best technological device to facilitate their work or study. It was a massive institution-wide training of more than 2,000 teachers. All of them had to be trained to move all their instruction online, to develop course plans and course sites that utilize strategies, online strategies that that are anchored on developing the intended learning outcomes for their respective courses and programs. Communication and feedback in a remote work environment is indeed very challenging when you do not see the nonverbal cues of your students and even of teachers when they are engaged in training. It is very difficult to get information on how effective the training is happening. And so with that, we really tried to establish more channels of communication, allow for a more focused mentoring for more focused mentoring opportunities upon the on demand or upon request of the teachers, because this enables teachers to communicate their successes and even their difficulties, and also that proper support also can be given to them during training and even during their teaching. Conduciveness of home work environment, I'm sure all of you will agree that our respective home environments may not be the best areas or the best situations to work in, with all the simultaneous roles that we need to also perform within the said work environments. It's a very challenging task, particularly for those who may need to take care of children or parents, or those who may have other responsibilities in their homes. The difficulty of delineating work from home responsibilities has clearly affected our capability to adjust to the demands of this pandemic. The impact of the pandemic on our daily lives, its risk on health, illness and death in the family, even psychological distress, the changes that we need to do in terms of our daily routines in order to protect ourselves and our families from the threat of the COVID-19 virus, and even the feeling of isolation could have affected the effectiveness of the training that we provide, because often, as much as our teachers may want to utilize all the content that they learn, other concerns may occupy their time, may occupy their attention, and therefore they may not really be able to effectively apply all of the principles or all of the strategies that are taught in the training programs. And of course, inevitably, apart from the pandemic, we've had calamities. We've also had situations when the fatigue and the stress and the different concerns apart from academics, which face our students and faculty members, brought us to suspend classes. And every time we do, our teachers will have to be forced to revisit their course plans again, reprioritize the outcomes, reprioritize the content, and adjust all the assessments in order to still deliver instruction to students and help them develop the needed skills, the needed knowledge in order for them to move on to the next level of learning. But amidst all these challenges, we're also happy that there were a lot of victories. Um, while these victories might be at different extent in different units, collectively as a university, we feel that this pandemic has allowed or has produced a number of opportunities for the university. First, we're glad that all our faculty members were involved. They have committed to actually doing this, taking on the challenge of learning how to deliver instruction in a different mode. So all hands on deck. So everyone was involved. Everyone tried their best to be able to learn in order to roll out an enriched virtual mode of instruction. We've been doing this for 2 terms now, mainly through UST Cloud Campus and supplemented by offline strategies as appropriate and as needed by our students. It was also an opportunity for innovations in teaching, like the use of virtual laboratories, virtual internships, maximization of already existing tools, and acquisition of new tools in order to help facilitate the learning of skills, which is likewise, which posed a lot of challenge teaching, because even in training our faculty members on how to teach skills, we've used a lot of best practice sharing for this one, but of course they will still have to contextualize these best practices into their own programs and courses. But we're happy that this has pushed a lot of our faculty members to rethink the way they teach, rethink the way they try to develop the needed competencies, the needed outcomes among their students. It has created stronger partnerships. For existing ones, it has developed more activities or pushed for more activities in order to maintain the active partnerships. And it has strengthened our connections with alumni and industry partners as well as community partners, enabling us to still continue with activities that involve these partners and promote more opportunities for engagement for our students. It has allowed us to explore more ways to sustain dialogue, not only among our between teachers and students, but even among teachers and administrators, administrators and students. This is very, very crucial, as it is also it is a main component of our guiding principle, because it is only when we sustain dialogue that we're able to understand each other's contexts and each other's suggestions on how to improve this moving forward. And anchored on our framework for continuous quality improvement, we were able to implement formal and informal ways of acquiring feedback on how well we're doing, coming from our stakeholders, the students, the faculty mainly, but even from partners, in order for us to also try to improve the systems that we already have moving forward, because we know that online learning is here to stay. And in the future, even as we return slowly back to campus, blended learning will always be there, because that will have to be something that we will need to improve each day and every day as we move forward. While we may have encountered a number of unprecedented challenges, we believe we were able to translate these into opportunities to be better. We are grateful for the passion and commitment of our teachers and their outstanding efforts to cope with the new normal in education. We are hopeful that tomorrow will be a better day, and with God's unending grace, the University of Santo Tomas and its teachers will be able to weather through this pandemic to achieve its mission and vision. For the realization of a school's mission lies in the intensity of its teachers' passion. I pray that despite having been locked down and restricted by this pandemic for more than a year now and counting, this may never wear down our passion for scholarship and our love for the mission of teaching, contributing to evangelization and social transformation by influencing our students to be agents of change in the service of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peralta. Several points were raised by Dr. Peralta. The pandemic indeed brought about changes in our instructional delivery. This does not mean that we have to sacrifice educational quality. Learning outcomes still have to be achieved in the enriched virtual mode of instruction. However, the university, or any school for that matter, has to contend with issues on accessibility and flexibility. That is why we have capacity building programs for teachers and why we continue to provide pedagogical and technical support for our students. I agree with Dr. Peralta, all schools are actually practically doing their best with all the challenges and restrictions. And we have our own success stories. And we try to help one another through our partnerships and networks. In this morning's session, we have a keynote speaker and two plenary speakers. To introduce them, allow me to call on the Coordinator for International Relations and Programs of the College of Education, Associate Professor Dr. Zendel Rosario Taruk.
Good morning. May I introduce to you our keynote speaker and lecturers for this morning. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela. She is the director of the SEAMEO Secretariat, which serves as an executive arm of the SEAMEO Council of Ministers of Education. She is the 18th director and the first woman director since the establishment of SEAMEO Secretariat in 1965. She represents SEAMEO in the UNESCO SDG Steering Committee and International Teacher Task Force. She is a board member of UNESCO GEM and the ASEAN TVET Council. Presently, she takes the lead in crafting the new SEAMEO Strategic Plan 2021 to 2030, which will serve as a region's roadmap for the next decade. Prior to joining SEAMEO, Dr. Valenzuela served in the Philippines as the Commissioner of UNESCO National Commission 2003 to 2010 and played an integral role in the ratification of UNESCO mutual recognition of higher education degrees, studies, and certificates, as well as in drafting of the Tokyo Convention for the recognition of higher education qualification. She was the Director 4 of the Commission on Higher Education for International Affairs Services, as well as the Office of Student Services. She contributed to several CHED policies on international linkages, transnational education, distance education, and serves as CHED Technical Panel for Transnational and Distance Education. While our first guest lecturer is Dr. Christian Cholasinski. He is an expert in social sciences in the field of political science and Master of International Relations. He is a lecturer in the College of Social and Media Culture in Torun, Rector's Proxy for Education Quality, and Rector's Representative for Inter-University and International Affairs in Poland. He is also an expert in African affairs, international relations, and identity issues in ethnic communities. Author of numerous publications in political science, history, and in law. A visiting professor in institution in Italy, Seville, Spain, and Kayseri, Turkey. And our second guest lecturer is Ms. Marilyn Tino. She is the current Vice Principal of Okinawa International School in Naha City, Japan. Since 2010, she is also the coordinator for Language Hospitality Program in the same school. She is a dedicated administrator and passionate math teacher. Prior to joining Okinawa International School, she taught in STI Academy Philippines Las Piñas in 2001 to 2006 and served as a trainer in Mathematics Teacher Association, primary level coordinator, and a dance club moderator. Most especially, Ms. Tino is an alumnus of the University of Santo Tomas College of Education Batch 91, a family woman, a loving wife, and a mother. Let us all welcome all our guest speaker this morning, the keynote speaker, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Dr. Christian Cholasinski, and Ms. Marilyn Tino.
Thank you very much, Dr. Taruk. For the keynote address, we now give the virtual floor to the Director of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Secretariat. We're happy to have with us Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela. Dr. Ethel.
Thank you very much. And a very good morning to all of you. First, let me say congratulations to UST for the 95th founding anniversary of the College of Education in the 410th year celebration for the establishment of the University of Santo Tomas. I hope you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Dr. Cheryl Peralta, the Vice Rector, and also Dr. Professor Pilar Romero, Dr. Vicente, all the distinguished speakers and participants from all over the region, perhaps, and our country. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I would like to upload my presentation, so please give me a little time. So you have given me this topic of utilizing culturally responsive framework for teacher training and formation. And I would like to share what we are currently doing in terms of the UNESCO International Teacher Task Force, as well as from SEAMEO. So these two frameworks will be shared with all of you. So let me say that all of these frameworks are actually products of a long consultation process. It does not just come overnight. So I would like to start with introduction of SEAMEO. We are an intergovernmental organization and we serve 11 countries of Southeast Asia. So the framework will actually talk about the framework for the region, and our member countries are all of those that you know mostly, including the Philippines, and we also have our affiliate members, those that are not in Southeast Asia, but helping us, and also our members or affiliate members, including the University of Tsukuba. So all across the region, we have 26 centers, and these 26 centers do their own training for teachers and for school leaders, human resource development, technical assistance, providing a platform for policy dialogue, especially on developing regional frameworks, partnership, and research and development. But more than that, I would like to say that we have this regional agenda that is actually regional integration. It is embodied in the ASEAN 2025 vision. And for SEAMEO, we have our own education agenda, 7 priority areas. Under the education agenda, it's heavily linked on the sustainable development goals. Teacher is part of it. Teacher education, which in our term is revitalizing teacher education, our priority number 5. But we should look at the broader international agenda that we are currently promoting right now, which is Sustainable Development Goals. We have 17 goals of the SDGs. And in that, we can see that number 4 is education. So what is this international framework on education?
I'm very sorry, Dr. Ethel. Sorry for interrupting you. Could you stop and reshare your screen, please? Your slides are rather pixelated.
Oh, really? Okay. I will redo.
Yes, could you reshare the screen, please?
Okay. Can you see? If not, it's okay. I will just talk about. Is it okay now?
I think this one is better, but it's still pixelated. You can proceed, Dr. Ethel. Thank you very much.
All right. Sorry for that. So I think the internet, so many are using now. We are also testing our SEAMEO Congress, and we are training a lot of speakers today. So, well, sorry for that. I'll share with you my PowerPoint later. So goal number 4, I'll just talk. And it is to ensure inclusive and equitable education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. And in terms of teacher education, it is on target 4.C that our goal is to substantially increase the number of qualified teachers. And this can be done through international cooperation between well-developed and developing countries. And of course, teachers are the key to achieving the SDG targets. So, but what is the situation? The situation is that in 2014, for example, about 2 in 3 children are actually participating in pre-primary or primary education. And in at least developed countries, the ratio was 4 children in 10 who have access to education. But it already improved because we have promoted the education for all and sustainable development goal in this decade. So in 2018, nearly 90% of primary school age children coming from low and middle income economies were already enrolled. So that is actually a good news. But despite the high enrollment, many students are not learning, and we can see that in all the international assessment results, especially for our country, in terms of PISA result, TIMSS result, and even our own CPLM. So despite the considerable gains in education enrollment, when we did the Education for All in 2000, there was a massive drive for access to education. And that gave us higher, advantage, 91% now for primary education, 84% for lower secondary, and 63% for upper secondary. And however, we're not covering all. All is not for all. 263 million children and youth were still out of school, and including 61 million children in primary school age. I think we all know as educators that the most important segment of all is the formative years, and that is in primary school age. And you can have a bigger picture that 70% of the share of those OSCE or out of school youth and children is actually in sub-Saharan Africa and Southern Asia. So, but the success in getting more children in school is actually something that we can celebrate. But however, at this time, we see all the results of examination. Many of them do not acquire basic reading and mathematics skills. Kids cannot read, even at grade 5. But in our processing, we can see that rich kids have advantage because they have more proficiency in reading than those from poorest 20% of the kids. And of course, those in urban urban areas would have higher reading scores than those in rural areas. So the discussion is, again, it will go back to teachers. We have teachers who are untrained, teachers who are not qualified, and also, of course, poor conditions of schools in many parts of the world. So, of course, in terms of educational infrastructure, there's no electricity and no potable water. These are all part of the educational support. And of course, now with this pandemic, as the Vice Rector has clarified, there are actually inequitable access now to mobile learning, computers, and internet, and even mobile data, both for teachers and students. But we can see this for 60% in both primary and secondary education. So now we are saying it's the teachers who will make this goal happen, or we can achieve the goals for teachers. So in the report for the International Teacher Task Force Global Education Monitoring Report, they say 1 in 4 primary teachers did not get any training. And at the same time, increasingly, there are more short-term contract teachers. And of course, the number of short-term contract teachers or contractual teachers, we have those hired by, in the Philippine setting, local government units. They are augmenting the additional need for teachers. And of course, most of them have not really taken a considerable number of teacher training preparations. And we also need to question the type and quality of teacher training provision. So if you will look at the results of our, examination, licensure examination for teachers, you will know exactly the quality of teacher education or teacher training. So what can be done? In the SEAMEO strategic plan, we focus on revitalizing teacher education, making teaching a priority of choice. And that also means recruiting the best to enter in the profession. It's not an easy task, but we say that it takes a village to educate or raise a child, right? According to African proverb. But in order for us to have this, very good quality of human capital in our country and the rest of Southeast Asia, we need to invest on teachers, the individual support for teachers. So what are the current framework for effective teacher policy? So I'll be sharing quickly. So we have already this framework to develop effective teachers. And we gathered 5 years ago in France for, documenting all of our experiences in the utilization of the framework. I did the one for the Philippines, and I'll be happy to share with you where we are in terms of this framework. So the first one is setting clear expectations for teachers, attracting the best into teaching, preparing teachers with useful training and experience, and matching teacher skills with students' needs, leading teachers with strong principles, monitoring teaching and learning, supporting teachers to improve instruction, and motivating teachers to perform. So for number 1, setting clear expectation for students and teacher performance. At the start, at the onset, teachers should know the expectations for them, for every class, for every course, for every day. So you should have a plan and clear expectations on what you want to happen. And second is attract the best to teaching. So countries with very good results in international assessment report that, they have top 1 and 2 in the teaching position. They only hire the best to teach. So we need to attract talented individuals into teaching. And of course, some countries, especially in our region, they don't have a choice. As long as they have the diploma, they can teach. So this is still a big goal for many of our countries. And preparing teachers with useful training and experience. So we need to equip teachers. It's not just after hiring, they're on their own. So we need to help them in the subject matter specialization, in pedagogical knowledge, in classroom management skills, and also having good preparation for teachers. Matching teachers' skills with students' needs is also important. So of course, the way of teacher distribution is culturally based. So sometimes the teachers who are very good are in top schools, and those you don't really like, you throw in the far-flung areas. So it's not the way. So teacher distribution is also important, that we also allocate teacher. This is a policy for teacher allocation. So you should put the best, for example, in formative years, and also the most qualified teachers can also be in those far-flung areas. But even if the teachers are good and committed, they need a strong principal. So the quality of school head is very important, because it is an important predictor of student learning. So that's why we are into training of many school heads at SEAMEO. And we have also developed competency standards for school heads. So we should not forget, it's not just teachers, but also the school heads, because capable principals will actually turn out capable teachers. So they can help attract and retain competent teachers. Monitoring teaching and learning is also important. It is essential to assess how well teachers are teaching, especially in this time of pandemic, how are teachers teaching? So what do you do for poorly performing teachers and students? And second, do you do student and teacher evaluation? So we can look at all the good practices which can be shared across the system to improve the overall performance. And supporting teachers to improve instruction. So we need to actually, identify the challenges the teachers are facing, so that we can provide appropriate support. So kailangan dito more conversations. Kumustahin natin ang mga teachers. How are they doing? This support system is very important. Last night, during our International Teacher Task Force meeting, lahat ng lumabas, what will you do for teachers in this time of pandemic? Of course, number one is support to teachers. So, kumustahin natin? May connectivity ba sila? Mahina ba yung bandwidth nila? What else can we help? So, it's not just hire them and then let them swim. And motivating teachers to perform. So, in terms of teacher motivation, we should have certificates for them, or awards for them, prizes for them, or promotion, or increase in salary. Lahat yan nakita namin in our studies for SEAMEO. In the teacher motivation satisfaction policy in the SABER, which I also did for the Philippines, this report for World Bank, we look at the 3 policy levers for school system to reach all of those goals. So first is to have a good career path for teachers. So kailangan klaro sa kanila when they can have this advancement in their career, and also teacher accountability and performance-based compensation. So let us not include reward, and motivation is important for teachers. And well, let's go to Southeast Asian Teacher Competency Standards and Framework. I hope you can really see my PowerPoint, otherwise I'll share with you later. So this is the Southeast Asian Teacher Competency Framework. You can download our CTCF in our website. So if you look at our website, lahat yung materials na pinapresent ko, they're available. So our goal is to have joyful learners. And in order for us to have joyful learners, we should have a framework. And whenever we do a regional framework, matagal na process. So we do consultation with all countries, 11 of them, invite them in the Philippines, process, and then develop the framework using the modified Delphi technique. And let me share quickly the 4 essential competencies for the region. This was also already adopted by the minister since 2019 and 2020. So the competencies are 4, knowing and understanding what to teach, helping students to learn, engaging the community, and becoming a better teacher every day. And so for number one, so all in all, if you combine all the Southeast Asian teacher competency framework, we have 12 general competencies. So for number one, of course, is know and understand what I teach as a teacher. So as a teacher, you should deepen and broaden your knowledge on what you teach, your subject matter, and of course, understanding the trends and policies and the curriculum itself. And to be updated is your responsibility to be updated on national, regional, and global developments. And help your students learn is number two. Knowing your students, using the most effective strategy, and assess and give feedback. Number three is becoming a better teacher every day. So you need to master your teaching practice and practice human goodness in life and know yourself and others. So it's always knowing yourself and others. And we have added also community engagement. So kasama yan sa competency ng teachers, yung community awareness and also involving the parents and partners, stakeholders in education. And by the way, before we did the Southeast Asia Teaching Competency Standards, I have also written the Teaching Competency Standards in Southeast Asian countries, 11 country audit. So it's already 2 hours of presentation for each. But in a nutshell, I'm just sharing that in most of the countries in Southeast Asia, we have the following standards generally. So of course they have a lot, like in the Philippines, a lot. But if we zoom in on what is common in 11 countries, so it's on pedagogical skills, classroom management skills, assessment skills, professional development skills, ethics, social and human dimension. So what I can share with you is that some countries prioritize ethics as number one in the competency requirement for teachers, while some countries will prioritize pedagogical knowledge and skills or professional development, yung mga may MA, PhD, yan. So it differs country to country, so culturally based. So I will not say, ito dapat unahin or ito. So every country would have their own priorities. So Laos, when I did the workshop, ethics is number one, and so on and so forth. So the policy direction is education must be inclusive and of high quality, and we should invest on teachers. And that's the recurring message of our ministers. So we should also look at equity and gender equity in education, that education will be for both girls and boys, men and women. It must be available across their lifetimes, lifelong learning. And of course, we are talking about the formation. So teachers can actually have, competencies by learning on the job, by learning from others, and through structured learning, such as this one, webinar, training session, symposia. But on their own, they can also learn through coaching, experimentation, taking on active role in committees, etc. But by the way, in addition to the formation, we have the C Teacher program where we promote third and fourth year students for internship in Southeast Asian countries. So since we have started the C Teacher program, 2,295 students have already participated. They spend 1 month in another country and do their field study or their classroom observation and internship, and they also teach. So Filipinos teach in Indonesia, Thailand in Philippines, something like that. And well, moving forward, we are into the implementation of C Teacher competency standards, teaching different trainers in Southeast Asia, even if we have pandemic, and we should pursue effective implementation of teacher policy at the level of ministries of education or Commission on Higher Education. So I did already a workshop in the Philippines for teacher quality, the cycle, the 8, so that they will be aware that these are important components of teacher quality. And without each one, it's impossible to have quality teachers. So sorry for the difficulty in PowerPoint, but I hope you got something that, when we develop a framework, we need a lot of consultation, and there should be concurrence, agreement from different sectors, from teachers, from different stakeholders. So I wish you all the best in this continuing conversations, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel. Dr. Ethel emphasized the critical role of teachers in education in the new normal. Teacher quality is crucial. For the goals of the K-12 curriculum to be realized, we need qualified teachers. For the standards in the program curricula to be achieved, a clear and continuous faculty development program and projects are needed. Dr. Ethel shared the framework for developing effective teachers, as well as the Southeast Asian Teacher Competency Framework. So we have learned that clear expectations for teachers would have to be set. High-performing and promising students should be encouraged to enroll. I suppose even those who are already professionals can be enticed to enter the teaching profession, and teacher support is essential. Muli, marami pong salamat, Dr. Ethel. I hope you can stay with us, Dr. Ethel, for the question and answer later on. We are happy to inform everyone that we have participants from all three geographical regions, from Luzon to Mindanao. We have participants from the Mindanao State University and participants from the University of Immaculate Conception in Davao. Welcome, everyone. For the next plenary talk, a warm welcome for the director of the College of Social and Media Culture in Torun, Poland. We are privileged that he accepted our invitation. If I am not mistaken, he is not new to the university, as he was invited in 2019 to talk about Russia's geopolitical expansion. But this time, we invited him to talk about scholarship and mission, cornerstones for teacher training and formation in Catholic universities. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I give you Dr. Christian Cholizinski. Dr. Christian.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Witam z Polski. Good morning. Welcome in Poland. Thank you very much for this invitation. I will try to share my presentation. I hope that everything will be okay. So, welcome in Poland, in my home. And now in Poland it's more or less 3 a.m. So it's night, but it's okay for me. It's okay for me. I got this invitation from Professor Pilar Romero, and I am very, very happy that I am here together with you. Greetings from Poland. I warmly welcome. Thank you very much for this amazing invitation, for this unique event. I am very glad that I am here. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm very glad that I can take part in this forum for the exchange of experiences. This event is another example of a good Polish-Filipino cooperation. I also see the guests from Thailand, Taiwan, and Japan. I hope this is the beginning of a long cooperation and a great friendship. I was asked to present the forms of functioning of the Catholic University in which I work. I am glad that I can show to my friends from Southeast Asia and not only the Polish circumstances. Here in Poland, the problems posed in the title are important. Overall, there is a tendency in the European Union to build walls between religion and education. The process of secularization has become a new determinant of a united Europe. At the same time, it seems that the source of the crisis in which the European Union is located according to this problem. I believe that this abandonment of cultural origins is not good for the search for truth. After all, this is the goal of the education process. But before I go into the analysis of this problem, a few introductory words. My name is Krystian Hołaszczyński. I am a doctor of social sciences in the field of political science. and I represent the College of Social and Media Culture here in Torun in Poland. At this point, I must ask for forgiveness. English is not my natural language, so if I make any mistake, please understand. I'm associated with the College of Social Media Culture, so now a few words about this university. On October 2001, so almost 20 years ago, in Torun, we celebrated the historic moment of the first inauguration ceremony of the College of Social and Media Culture in Torun, which was founded by the father director Tadeusz Rydzyk, a priest from the Redemptorist group. Many of my colleagues remembered the special day. What were those young people who were enthusiastic about studying at the university, which, in accordance with the will of its founder, adopted the words Fides Ratio et Patria as its motto? What were the thoughts of the teachers who happily responded to the founding fathers' invitation to collaborate? It would be worth asking, after 20 years of both, whether it was worth making this hopeful effort to prepare new elites for the church and the homeland. Was the wish of John Paul II fulfilled for this university to release in its students enormous spiritual potential through which a person realizes his humanity? We hope that the professors also do not regret the efforts devoted to educating such young people who will make the world better and more beautiful. During these 20 years, we have managed to build a strong alliance with our friend university, which is, of course, the University of Santo Tomas. We have enjoyed the visit of Professor Felipe Salvosa II, Professor Christian S. Guerra, and Professor Alberto Co. In November 2020, in the online forum, the guest of our international conference was Professor Pilar Romero. I was at UST in 2018. It was an unforgettable time for me. This proves a strong relationship based on friendship. Last year, the College of Social and Media Culture in Torun educated on practical profiles as part of BA studies in the following fields: journalism, social communication, political science, and cultural studies. As part of engineering studies, we educated in the field of information technology. On the other hand, we follow journalism and social communication as well as political science at the MA studies. Additionally, a new first in the country interdisciplinary bachelor's degree program has been added, media informatics. We also started teaching in the field of nursing in 2020, so in this hard time. The College of Social and Media Culture in Torun, non-public university, educates students, among others, in the field of journalism and communications at the undergraduate level practical profile, and is still the only one in Poland which has the highest note from the Ministry of Education. As part of its extensive research activity, the College of Social and Media Culture courageously undertook any deep reflections on the pressing problems of the modern world with particular reference to our homeland. This is evidenced by over 20 international and national scientific conferences organized alone or in cooperations with other institutions. Also debates and numerous guest lectures I must underline. I would like to notice especially those that are part of the celebrations of the 100 years of regaining independence by our nation. The College of Social and Media Culture, in cooperation with Radio Maria and Television Trwam, continued its educational activities by organizing journalistic workshops in Poland and during the winter and summer holidays and the university's premises. These are music, IT, political science, and cultural studies workshops under the name Nowe Widnokręgi, in English, New Horizons. Outgoing journalism workshops, understanding media, are very popular among high school students, and not only. Our broadcast vehicle visited 10 educational institutions, and the journalistics workshop leaders met about 3,000 young people interested in working in the media and with the media. As a previous year, a group of our employees was involved in the unit scientific and research activities, participating in many national and international conferences, publishing articles in scientific studies. An opportunity for writing activity is also provided by the scientific periodical published by the university's publishing house, which was called, very important, called Fides, Ratio et Patria Terrain Studies. It presents articles on history, political science, economy, sociology, theology, philosophy, media studies, social communications, literary studies, cultural studies, and computer science. The university, my university in Torun, has had the Erasmus University Charter since January 2011 and the Erasmus Plus University Charter since 2013. Erasmus Plus is an institutional exchange program. This offer is used by both academic teachers as well as students and employees of administration. So far, we have signed contracts with over 90 foreign partner universities. In the last academic year, we hosted many foreign guests at our university, including lecturers from Fujin Catholic University in Taiwan and our good friends from the Pontifical and Royal University of Santo Tomas in Manila, mainly online because of the circumstances, because of the pandemic situation. Coronavirus strongly changed the form of our action, unfortunately. We hope that these situations will soon end. In the activities of the College of Social and Media Culture, the great commitment of the Students' Council should be emphasized. It is the students who help with the organization of numerous conferences, symposia, workshops for young people, and the language cultural days in every May. The dynamic activity of the press team, which was created by our students, whose task is to disseminate via the internet, social media, radio, students' Tilma television, content presented during important scientific events is worth to emphasize. Briefings with the participation of prominent guests enjoy a great deal of media interests. Students are also involved in the practical organization of students' life and various sports, cultural, and charity initiatives. Students spontaneously become aware that the true independence of a nation is achieved with the wealth and strength of the spirit, and is achieved by creating a high culture. Hence, the activity of a student's theater, Dobry Wieczór, which means good evening, is important at the university, which under the artistic supervision of Father Dariusz Drążyk, staged the play March Bachelor and the Confederates of Bar. In the past academic year, the theater visited many places in Poland thanks to numerous invitations in the form of online connections. Students are involved in the field of film art and, for example, the competition jury at the National Independent Film Festival window in Olsztyn awarded 3 film etudes by our students from among 25. The Museum of Coins and Medals of John Paul II in Częstochowa hosted a 2.5-hour long show of 30 etudes made by students of our university. Students presented short film forms that they make during classes both at the Faculty of Journalism, Political Science, Computer Science, and Cultural Studies. Our students were also laureates of the main prizes of the national competitions for a film etude entitled You've Been Drinking, Don't Drive. A fantastic aspect of the university's activities is the possibility of participating in the creation of future films. The first film, Zerwany Kłos, Broken Air, turned out to be a great success. It is a biography of Blessed Karolina Tsukuba. An optimistic sign are the recordings of the second feature film already started by our university and the Lux Veritatis Foundations, A Pauper and a Madame, in cooperations with outstanding Polish actors. It is possible, as well as the workshop for young people held all over Poland, thanks to the funds from 1% of the tax donated by Poles to the special foundations, for which we would like to thank you very much. An integral aspect of our activity is concern for the spiritual development of students as part of the academic chaplaincy. The center of the spiritual life of the academic community has been the sanctuary of Our Lady of the Star and the New Evangelizations and Saint John Paul II, where students and lecturers together participate in weekly Eucharistics, also religious and patriotic celebrations. From October to June, many religious events are organized in the Academic Chapel of Trust, which is located on the premises of the academic hotel. In Poland, the academic year lasts from October to June. The Eucharist is celebrated, the adoration of the Blessed Sacrament continues, services are held that express our Polish and Catholic piety and religiosity, which means, for example, the Rosary, Rorats, bitter lamentations, and the Way of the Cross, as well as May and June services. There are the elements of Polish and Catholic culture that we celebrate at the university. In the life of the university is already etched a permanent event such as the pilgrimage of the academic community to the sanctuary of Saint Joseph in Kalisz at the beginning of the new academic year, and to Jasna Góra, a special praise for Polish people, on the Day of the Sanctity of Life. In addition, a Lenten academic retreat or a day of recollections for university employees. Every April, before the pandemic, of course, there were pilgrimages to Rome to the tomb of the Saint Peter and his successor, Saint John Paul II, and to other sanctuaries in Europe. Traditionally, in the place which was called Górsk, where the martyr's journey of Blessed Jerzy Popiełuszko was ended, on October 19, we solemnly laid flowers. This is our activity, but we must remember that also in Poland and in general in the European Union, we had some problems which I must emphasize, some tweaks, some challenges. Fides et ratio, a natural conflict or symbiosis. And we see that in European Union, this conflict became more and more strong. In late November 2010, an unusual billboard appeared near the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel connecting the island of Manhattan with the mainland. The outline of a stable is depicted on the blue background, symbolizing the night sky with a Christmas star. In the stable, there were figures of Mary and Joseph bent over the manger. On the opposite side of the poster, there are figures of 3 camel riders heading for the place indicated by the starlight. The painting itself could probably be considered a classic Christmas decorations, if not for the inscription, which means it's a myth. This says this season celebrate reason. The very provocative slogan calling for recognition of the truth about the incarnation of the Son of God as a myth in the name of reason. It was formulated by a group under the banner of American atheists. Billboard sparked fierce debate. There was also a graphic replica on which, however, the password was changed so that it read as follows: it's real. This season celebrated Jesus. In the above world struggle in which American atheists clashed with the Catholic League, it must be shocking just to juxtapose 2 words, the word reason with the word Jesus. This opposition remains in its essence deeply false, considering the very fact that it is Jesus who is the Logos, and therefore the eternal word, reason, creative wisdom. However, it reflects that the tendency deeply rooted in modern mentality to treat fate and reason as realities in a state of natural, inevitable conflict. At the same time, there is a need to take the side of reason in this conflict. Such an attitude will be a manifestation of modernity, open-mindedness, progress, etc., etc. The problem of the correct approach to the relationship between faith and reason keeps coming back in new ways and requires new, careful reflection. It is all the more necessary as its proper solution is of fundamental importance from the point of view of both broadly understood human culture and individual human fate. In my opinion, the act of fate is an act of reason. The classical definition of fate, referring to Saint Augustine, describes the act of fate as an act of thinking that is carried out under the influence of the will. It was emphasized by the Saint Augustine in the word credere est cum ascensione cogitare. Therefore, fate is an activity of thought, an act of reason, although it does not remain a purely rational act because of the involvement in this act of the second of man's spiritual faculties, the will. Saying, I believe, is an affirmation of the human person, expresses a certain truth which is the result of free choice. Based on the above fact, several conclusions can be made that allow for a better understanding of the fate itself and the problems related to it. The act of fate, as such, does not only refer to issues related to the existence and nature of God and his revelation to man. In a broader sense, we deal with this act wherever it is impossible to verify a true personality, either by direct sensory experience or by inference. John Paul II draws attention to this fact in the encyclica Fides et Ratio, stressing that acts of fate constantly accompany human life because there are many more truths in which a man simply believes than those that he has accepted after personal verification. For who, the Holy Father asked, will be able to critically evaluate the countless results of scientific research on which modern life is based? Who could control the flow of information day after day that comes from all parts of the world and that is basically accepted as true? Who could finally re-travel the paths of experience and reflections on which humanity has accumulated treasures of wisdom and religiosity? Hence, as the Polish Pope concludes, man is the one whose life is based on faith. Science referring to faith is an obvious, vital necessity. The struggle against fate undertaken in the name of alleged requirements dictated by reason seems to be an equally obvious error. The right postulate of reason is concern for the rational character of fate, which can be expressed in a somewhat colloquial instructions not to believe just anyone and not to believe in anything. Rational fate, therefore, presupposes a critical approach to the credibility of the source of information. An example of such a reference may be the method used in the area of historical research aimed at determining whether the author of the source had access to reliable information, and if so, whether he actually wanted to provide this information. Following this path, it is necessary to point to the special value of the truth revealed by God, which, as John Paul II emphasizes, does not make a mistake or intends to deceive man. The rationality of faith also implies striving for a rational verification of the conduct adopted on its way. In interpersonal relations, such an attitude protects against credulity and its harmful consequences. In the field of religious faith, it allows to eliminate its perversions in the form of various forms of mythology or superstitions, for example. In the context of the above statements, it should be noted that both the attitude of the theists who recognized the existence of a personal God and the attitude of the atheists who rejects it imply some kind of faith, since they refer to a reality that cannot be directly verified. There is no simply symmetry between these positions, and one cannot agree with the statement that belief in God's not existence is as rational as belief in his existence. In the case of the rejection of faith in God, we are dealing with a kind of capitulation of human wisdom, human reason, which, facing the challenge of the world for it under the pressure of will, resigns from further explaining this amazing phenomena, content with the infantile statement that, I don't know, somehow here it is, and it is done. Being an atheist today remains a much more difficult challenge. It requires a faith for being an atheist much stronger, at the same time much more irrational than it was in the 19th century, when for a biologist the human cell was nothing more than a little protein jelly surrounded by a membrane. Today, when we are able to read the DNA, which exceeds the complexity of programs created by the most eminent computer scientists, believing in a miraculous operation of chance becomes even more obviously unreasonable than it was in the past. In the case of faith in the existence of God, human reason finds in the world around men a number of premises in favor of this faith, making this faith as rational as possible. With the development of the natural sciences, the old scholastic proverb, according to which the work of nature comes from an intelligent being, opus naturae est opus intelligentiae, seems to express the truth more and more readable and obvious to the human intellect. The fact that the world is rational or logical and therefore cognizable, readable to the human mind, leads to the conclusion that it is the work of a rational being whose idea project, written in individual beings, can be read by men. This is what realistic metaphysics does, which, starting from the reality given to us in a direct sensory combinations, wants to explain this reality by pointing to its first and final cause. Realizing that the act of faith is expressed in accepting truth as a result of free human choice makes it possible to understand the difficulty with which truth, sometimes even the most obvious ones, reaches some people. Its affirmation, not being a matter of intellectual alone, is entangled in a number of non-rational factors that conditions the acceptance or rejection of the truth. Hence, pure attachments, attitudes, political sympathies, etc., make individual people, when looking at the same thing, see something different. The opposition between faith and reason is a very dangerous thing in its consequences. Therefore, Polish Pope John Paul II writes directly about the drama of the separations between faith and reason. The origins of this drama go back, as the Holy Father notices, to the end of the Middle Ages. In the Middle Ages, in particular the so-called the Golden Age of Scholasticism, was an era in which man was able to harmoniously combine faith and reason. Next to the beautiful Gothic cathedrals, universities are created at the time, and faith in God is accompanied by great respect for human reason, which is perceived as a sign of man's special resemblance to the Creator, at the same time a unique tool with which God has equipped men to discover objective truth. This is not the dark Middle Ages, as the Enlightenment propagandists would like to see this epoch, but on the contrary, the heyday of logical culture, philosophy, and theology. A concept well known to all those whose memory does not disappoint and whose school education fell on the communist time here in Poland is the concept of scientific worldview. This concept, created to fight with fate and, according to Karl Marx, with the opium for the people, which means for him religion, was intended to create a specific complex in believers expressed in the conviction that religious faith is a manifestation of a certain backwardness, obscurantism, not keeping out the achievements of modern science, etc., etc. There is no objective conflict between the truths discovered by human reason in the world and those revealed supernaturally by God. Moreover, such a conflict cannot exist even hypothetically, as it would imply an internal contradiction. This fact was already pointed out by Saint Thomas Aquinas, pointing out that both the created nature and the truths of revealed faith have one and the same source, the God. The same argument was also used by Galileo when he expressed the conviction that the two truths, faith and science, can never contradict each other because sacred scripture and nature come from the word of God, the former as dictated by the Holy Spirit, and the later as a faithful performer of God's commands. A number of past conflicts between theology and the natural sciences have their source in misunderstanding. The lack of methodological transparency, ascribing to oneself the right to explain reality in all its aspects, led to going beyond their own cognitive competences by both parties. Too literal interpretation of biblical texts, but also building unjustified philosophical interpretations of reality based on modest natural data and the hypotheses founded on them have often been the cause of violent misunderstandings. A mistake that should be avoided while respecting the methodological distinctiveness of theology and scientific disciplines included in natural science is the so-called concordism, aimed at reconciling at all costs the data contained in the revelations with the scientific data. Searching for biblical parallels for current scientific theories is obviously a violation of a fundamental methodological principle expressed by Galileo himself when he emphasized that the Bible does not teach how to turn the heavens, but how to get to it. Faith and reason, two wings. It is harder to express in a few words with this few minutes which I have, the natural symbiosis of faith and reason that he did in the opening sentence of the encyclical Fides et Ratio, Saint Pope John Paul II. The Polish Pope referred to the metaphor of two wings on which the human spirit rises to contemplate the truth. If you want to indicate in more detail what the interaction of faith and reason will be expressed in, it is worth paying attention to a few issues. Although there is no contradiction between the truth and faith and the truth of reason, knowledge by faith and natural knowledge are two autonomous and irreducible types of human cognition. The separation of philosophy and theology, which can be called a friendly one, consisted not in mutual hostility, but in the realizations of the methodological distinctiveness of the two domains turned out to be historically fruitful, both for the further philosophical and theological reflection. Reason, enlightened by faith, is not humiliated or dominated by it, but on the contrary, it perceives more and better. For a number of truths known by faith, man is able to walk on the road a purely rational reflection, which makes faith becomes an inspiration for intellectual effort and the development of human thoughts. This process is usually presented graphically as mountain climbing to the top, which has already been taken by a roller coaster. The views from above allow you to better understand the topography and find the right route to your destination. Finally, the cooperation between faith and reason takes the form of mutual verification of theorems. From the fact of the unity of truth, it is evident that any cognitive dissonance consists in the realization of the contradiction between the results of cognition achieved by reason and by faith should be read as a very strong signal that a mistake has been made in at least one of the ways of cognition. Thanks to this, it is possible to track down and eliminate these mistakes. There are many places in the world that are ideal for verifying the truths of faith and the truths of science for one's own good. These are the educational institutions. So a few more words about the College of Social Media Culture in Torun in Poland. The College of Social Media Culture is an independent higher education institution. Was established on August 2001. The founder of the college is Father Tadeusz Rydzyk, Father Doctor, the director of Radio Maria, and the founder of a TV channel, Trwam. At present, Father Zdzisław Klawka, Father Dr. Zdzisław Klawka, is director of the college. The school has adopted the following epigraph, which according to my very short lecture is very important. Fides, ratio, et patria. Faith, reason, and homeland. At the beginning of its activity, the college offered the faculties of social policy and media culture. In the academic year 2005-2006, following a positive evaluation by the State Accreditation Committee, our university undertook the efforts to gain permission to offer master courses at the Department of Political Science. On 2006, the Minister of Science and Higher Education entitled the Department of Social Media Culture to offer master courses in political science, as well as undergraduate engineering courses in computer science. In the academic year 2015-2016, our university extended its offer of masters in journalism and social communication. And since 2017, courses in the field of media informatics have been conducted. At the moment, we educated on five fields of study. The College of Social Media Culture is constantly expanding its didactic base. Initially, classes were conducted in a building in the St. Joseph Street in Torun, and in 2005, a modern, comfortable academic hotel was opened, and in 2006, new didactic buildings and library in Starotoniska Street in Torun were opened. The further development of educational and recreational facilities are being planned. Our educational offer is directed not only to high school graduates, also for young scholars and seniors. It happens that there are people aged 10 to 80 in one classroom. Young people then give their enthusiasm. Seniors give knowledge, experience, and composure. It's a fantastic mix, believe me. We use the latest educational technology, offering lectures online and on the Gmail platform. We are the only media college in Poland providing regular student training in radio and television studios, as well as newspapers. The best students receive training in the Polish Parliament, the EU Parliament, the European Union Parliament, and other institutions. And another plus for us, we offer excellent accommodations in our academic hotel located by the Vistula city. Torun, where I work, is a city of a beautiful history, great tradition, as well as interesting political, social, cultural, and religious events. Since its foundation in 2053, the city has been growing faster. After 2051, the marketplace was located to become the center of the town and has played this role since then. The city witnessed a number of historical events, such as the signing of the first and the second peace treaty in Torun in 50th century between Poland and the Teutonic Order, as well as a widely recognized Colloquium Caritativum in 1645, a theological dispute between the representatives of various factions of Christianity. Strolling around the old town of Torun, we can admire a fine architectural complex which originated in the middle of 13th century. Many buildings have not been restyled. These examples of Gothic architecture of Torun include the following: bourgeois tenement houses, impressive churches, sections of city walls with gates, and the ruins of the Teutonic castle. Here we can follow the footsteps of Nicolaus Copernicus, an astronomer who developed the heliocentric system. The city is famous for making gingerbread, for example, which for centuries has been admired by tourists from all around Europe and beyond. There is another element which I want to emphasize, but I don't have enough time. For example, the library. The college library contains 40,000 books. And it's not so big like a UST library, but we have a lot of very precious owns like 17th and 18th century prints, as well as 19th century volumes. The main part of a collection is connected with the university's profile. So we mainly have books of journalism, media, social communication, politics, history, but also philosophy, theology, economy. Our students can learn English, Spanish, Latin, German. Foreign language classes are at the undergraduate courses last for 4 semesters. Students of particular departments participate in specialized language classes for a particular field of study. Students of journalism participate in the classes of English for media studies. Political science have English for politics, etc., etc. Students also prepared for TELC certificate examinations recommended by the European Commission. International cooperation has various aspects, but for us it's very important. We are happy with the opportunities it offers. It is especially about those activities that make the mission of Catholic universities in Poland clearer. Students can do internships in pilgrimage centers, but also in Polish schools located outside of Poland. Nothing teaches humility and love for the homeland as much as the possibility of teaching Polish to Polish children who have heard about Poland only from their parents' stories. Many Poles live outside Poland. This is the result of our history. For years, Poland was not on the world map. Communism forced many to flee. The economic crisis of the system transformation period showed poverty in comparison to Western Europe. Economic migration from Poland to the west of Europe has been very large in the last 15 years. Often, the second or third generation of migrant children has never been in Poland. There are many Polish schools in the world. Our students are very eager to go to such institutions. It is a school of life for them. Another point of note is the academic exchange. Many students from Europe and other countries come to Torun for their semester studies or internships. Interestingly, that many students from Muslim countries come to the Catholic University in Torun. I have often asked them why they choose Catholic universities. This is amazing that I heard an interesting and instructive answer. It turns out that what attracts believers around the world is the possibility of freely expressing the religious beliefs. In Europe, it turns out that believers are reluctant to choose secularized university where their faith is treated as a superstition from the past. The result is that believers of different religions stick together. Of course, there are many aspects which I want to underline, like accommodation or mentor system. But I know that there is a time, so I must be on time. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to further joint initiative. So thank you very much for this invitation, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian. In Polish, dziękuję. I hope I was able to pronounce that well. That was an interesting discussion, Dr. Christian, on scholarship and mission. His name is much easier to pronounce. Allow me to share our takeaways, lessons from Dr. Christian's talk. We can agree that partnerships among institutions are mutually beneficial. Such partnerships can be on research, faculty and student exchanges, or organization of international conferences like this one. And presently, it is more efficient to invite speakers from abroad, considering that most events now are held virtually online. Dr. Christian shared the activities undertaken by their students and the facilities and provisions afforded in their college and social media culture. In the latter part of his discussion, he also explained the relationship between faith and reason. He mentioned that faith is an act of thinking and that an act of faith is an act of reason. What is striking as well is the statement, an act of faith is expressed in accepting truths as a result of free choice. And this is something that we can reflect or ponder on, since as teachers, what we are after is the pursuit of truth, and that the source of truth is God. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Christian. We will now proceed to the next plenary talk. This time from the Vice Principal of Okinawa International School in Japan, Ms. Marilyn Tino. Good morning, Ms. Tino.
Good morning.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
Ohayo gozaimasu. So may I just share my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, you cannot share. Give me some time. There's an error.
Could you try that again, ma'am?
I'll try again. Oh. Can you just give me some time again to... Okay, so I'll open again my Gmail. Give me some time. Share the screen. Oh, there's an error. Can you give me some time first? I'm sorry.
No worries, ma'am.
Okay. I need to open again.
While we are waiting for Ms. Tino's presentation, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Dean of the STKIP Pamani Talino in Indonesia, Dr. Albert Rufinus. Dr. Rufinus shared a comment in the chat box. He said, whether it is correct and adequate to facilitate primary and secondary teachers, even students, lecturers in our area with local customary figures or traditional communities come to meet to collaborate for personal and local wisdom performances for strengthening learning materials development. So I agree with the comment given by Dr. Rufinus. Whenever we prepare learning materials, we need people, we need resource persons, those who have accumulated wisdom through varied and rich experiences. And we need them in our learning materials development. And that the content should always be contextualized and culture-based so that the content becomes more relevant and interesting to our learners. So I think Ms. Tino is already ready.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, a while ago. So, to all the dedicated and passionate members of the faculty of the University of Santo Tomas, of course, my former professor, Ma'am Pilar Romero, students and colleagues, my fellow Tomasians, good morning. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Ohayo gozaimasu. Again, I'm Miss Marilyn B. Tino, a proud UST alumna of batch 1991 with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education. I am currently the Vice Principal in Okinawa International School, an authorized international baccalaureate, primary years program, middle years program, and diploma program, which is located in Okinawa, Japan. It's my great honor and privilege to be part of this event and share my experiences as a Filipino teacher working in a foreign land. So if you won't mind, I will give you a backtrack of how my career started after graduating in UST. I started my teaching career after I graduated in 1991. I was hired as a primary teacher, both in private institutions, St. Francis of Assisi College System, and STI Las Piñas. My years of teaching in the Philippines were practically and mostly an application of the theories and practices that I've learned in UST. I handled all elementary levels, students from grades 1 to 6. I taught different subjects. I did the role of a team leader and coordinator as well. From my experience, I would say that one of the most challenging roles was co-parenting with some challenging parents of my students. These experiences actually made me more versatile in my career as a teacher. Seeing the students' accomplishments, improvement, and growth are the ones that made and inspired me to continue in the teaching profession. As a teacher, we should be dedicated to our work, make our commitment, be patient, work hard, stay determined, and ready to persevere. Trials and challenges are part of our profession. We can change that, but I do believe that God has a purpose. He has plans for us. So how did I reach Japan? It was year 2006. I read in a newspaper that Okinawa International School was hiring teachers. At first, I thought that they have school branches in the Philippines. That was why I decided to apply with my friend. Luckily, both of us were hired. Then to my surprise, we were told that we would go to Japan. So even though I would have to leave my family, I took the opportunity. I was hired in Okinawa International School in the year 2006. My first year in Okinawa was absolutely not a bed of roses. And I believe OFWs, and I would also say those who are working miles away from their families, though not necessarily abroad, will be able to relate with me. Homesickness, culture shock, racial discrimination, misunderstanding with teachers, and being away with my family, these were the battles that I had to deal with alone and silently. First, of course, homesickness. Since this was my first time to work outside of the Philippines, I had a huge difficulty in adjusting to working alone and going home without my sons and husband giving me a warm welcome. Back then, my eldest son was 6-year-old, followed by a 4-year-old. My youngest was only 2 years old then. I terribly miss them every single day and night. Second was culture shock. The very first thing that I had difficulty in adjusting with was the use of chopsticks. Way back in 2006, there were only a few Japanese and Korean restaurants in the Philippines. And even if there were, I rarely visited them since I love our own cuisine. Thus, using chopsticks to eat a meal is totally foreign to me. It took me some time to get used to it, but after the uncle of my friend, who was a resident in Okinawa, gifted us with 1,000 pieces of chopsticks to practice with. Third was the language barrier. In school, luckily, I was able to communicate well with my Japanese co-teachers because they speak the English language proficiently. But outside the school, that was where the struggle was. I had difficulty talking with people on the streets, restaurants, and stores. It was like playing the gesture game at most times. So, lagi ako nag-action just to understand my language. Professional competence. How did your professional competence develop when you started working in an international school in Japan? I would use the term formidable to describe my experience and the development of my professional competence in Japan. Did you know that I almost quit and went back to the Philippines? Pressure, self-doubt, loneliness. These three almost pulled me out from the best future that was ahead of me. Upon arriving in January 2006 in Okinawa, I was tasked to pioneer and prepare the elementary department. This was not discussed with me during my employment orientation. So I took a great risk. My principal and director told me to prepare for the elementary, which will start then in April. I was really pressured, given only 3 months to prepare for everything. Everything meant the curriculum for all subjects in grade 1, letter to parents, classroom setup, report cards, lesson plans, and lesson preparations. These preparations were not new to me. Alam niyo naman, kung gurong Pinoy, kahit anong hirap ng trabaho kinakaya. At mas lalo kong kinaya dahil may mga kaibigan akong gurong Pinoy. I was so lucky to have friends from Philippines, Miss Abby and Miss Shoni, who really helped me in all my preparations. So the first meeting of the grade 1 class came. The parents observed and attended my class. The same thing went with my school director and principal. Then after a week, every day became a tougher battle since I always had 2 visitors in my class, my principal and my school director. I always received daily feedback from both of them. I was frequently called in their offices for some recommendations. And of course, I accepted those evaluations because I knew that they were constructive. That month, parents decided to call for an emergency meeting with the class advisor who was me. I spoke and stood with what I believe in and was consistent in my statement. Fortunately, I was supported by our school principal and director. But I guess that day I felt I had enough of the drama. Sabi nga ni Fernando po Jr., napuno na ang salo. I came to the point I wanted to give up. I thought of going back home to the Philippines. So I decided to talk with our school director and decided to quit. However, he told me that they would support me until the end. That day, I also thought of my family in the Philippines, my children. I came to work here for a greener pasture, to prepare for my children's education and, of course, their future. I also was supporting my relatives and my father. So I changed my mind that instant. Ika nga nila, ang Pinoy, sadyang matiisin. Few months later, I saw the big improvement of my grade 1 class. The parents as well were giving positive comments almost every day. I was not distressed anymore, though the work continued to be challenging. As the years passed by, we completed the elementary from grades 1 to 6 with 112 students. I was also promoted as a team leader and vice principal of the school. From the years that I have in Okinawa, I developed and built trust. Trusting process was really what I had learned during my beginning years. I trusted the people around me, especially my bosses. They were there throughout my improvement phase. I trusted myself more. Yes, I would admit that the main reason I transferred to Japan was to seek better financial security. But I soon realized that as I continued, I was becoming one of the assets along with the other Filipino teachers. Commitment. By continuing to improve the knowledge that I have, was able to share more with my colleagues, guide and collaborate with them effectively. Likewise, this commitment helps me to adjust with the change and advancement of times. Sense of competence. Alam niyo kung bakit umaangat palagi ang Pinoy kahit saan mo ilagay? Dahil natural silang magaling. Tayong mga Pinoy, bukod sa likas na magaling, down to earth din. Kumbaga, hindi natin kailangan ipagsigawan, sadyang lumalabas na magaling tayo. And that is because we work with full of passion and perseverance. Sense of appreciation. I appreciated my job more than ever, and it is more than a job. Yes, it was difficult. Kung gaano kahirap maging teacher sa Pilipinas, ganun din kahirap dito sa Japan. But if teaching is really in your heart, you would choose it over and over again. And thank God, this is my 15th year as an administrator and a teacher. So sabi ko nga kanina, sobrang culture shock ko pagdating ko rito sa Okinawa. As I have mentioned, I didn't even know how to use the chopsticks and was always asking the restaurant if they had a fork and spoon. The gift of 1,000 chopsticks helped me learn how to use the chopsticks. This is the same in teaching. Perhaps I have already tried 1,000 teaching strategies or even more. Subok lang ng subok ng teaching strategies hanggang sa makuha natin yung pinaka-effective sa majority of the class. No matter what country or culture you will work in, it doesn't matter, because I do believe that we Filipinos are hardworking, multitasking, dedicated, and very committed to work. Sabi nga nila, kahit saan ilagay ang mga Pilipino, kayang-kaya lagi nila. When it comes to professional development in our school, the school is sending us to face-to-face and online workshops. This is fully shouldered by the school. We also have in-school workshops facilitated by our IB coordinator and subject leaders. A Filipino teacher in Japanese international school, establishing my nationalism in a different country. Perhaps you have heard the song by Glock 9 titled, Walang Natira. So there are lyrics in that song that says, mahirap ko kantahin, okay? I'll try. Napakaraming guro dito sa atin, ngunit bakit tila walang natira? Naga-abroad sila. So that line, of course, this line hits me hard. One of the saddest realities for our kababayans is that no matter how much they do not want to leave their families and their country, they are left with no choice but to work abroad, especially when opportunities are way accessible to them. Just like in my case, I knew very well that being a Filipino teacher with Filipino students is very much different from that of being a Filipino teacher with international, mostly Japanese students. Yung mag-adjust pa nga lang sa iba't ibang personalities na may iisang lahi, nahihirapan na tayo. What more with different personalities, with different cultural and national background? So way back, I thought that I really had to start from scratch. In terms of language, background, behavior, I would really have to learn how to address these problems. But no matter how difficult it was, we were able to keep going. So I would like to share with you the testimonies of my former colleagues who is now academic director in Tokyo, and also one of my colleagues who is now teaching as a social studies teacher. And also, of course, my boss, my school director and principal, Mr. Masaru Chinon.
First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm John Linga. I hold a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Education, major in Education and Management, and a Master of Arts in Education, major in Mathematics. I have been working in an international school for 9 years, with roles including Director of Academics, IB Coordinator, Accreditation Coordinator, and IB MYP Mathematics Teacher. As a school administrator, there are 3 good points that I would like to mention about Filipino teachers working in an international school based on my observation. First, passionate in their profession. Filipino teachers love teaching and are very passionate about their students. They always give their best in what they do. They find ways to make the class enjoyable and full of learning. Second, properly planned and organized lessons. Filipino teachers are always organized. They plan the lessons with proper scaffolding to achieve the learning goals. Also, learning materials are properly planned to meet the learning needs of individual student. Third, patient, caring, and kind personality. Filipino teachers are very compassionate and have high sensitivity to students' differences and their learning ability. These are some of my observations about teachers that are working in an international school.
So this is Mr. Biltus Beraltis, our high school teacher and also middle school teacher.
Hello everybody. My name is Militos Peratlis. I work at Okinawa International School. I am an IB Social Sciences and History teacher. I'm originally from Greece, and I have been living in Okinawa for the last 8 years, working as a full-time teacher for the last 4 years. And for the last 1 year, I have been working at this school, and I had the pleasure of being working with teachers from the Philippines. So I would like to share my thoughts with you about what it is like working with my colleagues. The first thing that impressed me about Filipino teachers is that they are always very, very positive, and usually they always use humor in every situation that we face at the school. We face it with humor and with an open heart and honesty. So that's something that I really enjoy, and I think is very, very special about teachers coming from the Philippines. I also notice my colleagues are very good with kids. They love being around kids and they love interacting with kids. I think their personality is very open, so that creates an atmosphere of trust with the children and with the other colleagues. And this has been the major impression that I've had because it has been my first time working at international school with teachers from many nationalities and with Filipino teachers. Before that, I used to work at a Japanese public school, so there wasn't so much diversity. But now that there is, I can see it's very, very interesting to come into contact with teachers from other nationalities and be challenged in different ways by them. The other thing that I really enjoy is that everybody's very supportive and everybody works as a team together. So when there is a problem, there's always like help between teachers, and the Filipino teachers are especially good at that. And I think it's very important to have that kind of quality, whatever job you do, but especially as a teacher, where the demands are constant and there is a lot of work that needs to get done. The teamwork spirit is very important. So these are the main, the main impressions I've had. I've been very happy and very honored to be working with my colleagues from the Philippines.
Okay, next I'll show you. I also conducted an interview to our school director, Mr. Masaru Chinen, his view about Filipino teachers.
Hello, konnichiwa. My name is Masato Chinen. I'm a director of the Okinawa International School. Thank you very much for giving that chance to talk about the Okinawa International School and also about Miss Tino. Well, Okinawa International School started in 2003. There were 9 students, 5 teachers, and 7 staff members. All 5 teachers were Filipinos. At first, we are planning to hire foreign teachers in Okinawa, but there was no available teachers that are qualified and native English speakers. With the introductions of my Filipino business partner at that time, I went to Iloilo City and visited 3 private schools there. I can still vividly remember what I saw there. Each student has good manners, hospitality, and commendable classroom attitude. I realized that teachers teaching at such schools would be able to achieve the great result in Okinawa. Furthermore, I came to realize that we Japanese should raise our children to be the bilingual both in Japanese and English, and not native English speakers. I thought there was much to learn from the Filipinos, where bilingual education in both mother tongue and English has been coexisting. However, I had a hard time applying for the visa in Japan for Filipino teachers. At that time, there was a strong belief that the English should be learned from the native English-speaking countries, and direct employment from the Philippines was not an option in the past. Nevertheless, after the persistent lobbying and the prefecturals and the members, 5 people were granted their visas to work in Japan. They arrived in Okinawa 4 days before the school opening ceremony in April. The Filipino teachers were very enthusiastic, and as early childhood education teachers, they treated the children with a deep sense of the hospitality. Thank you to their effort, the number of the students increased to 70 by October 70. From 2005 to 2007, I opened JOP Academy in Mandaluyong, a bilingual English-Japanese kindergarten, and operated it as a talent bank for Japanese school workers. At that time, Ms. Marintino applied for the position of teachers to start up the elementary department. There is no doubt that the encounters with her become the foundation of what OIS is today. She was my right-hand woman from the start of elementary department to the hiring foreign teachers, giving up her vacation to help me. In the second years of the elementary school's operations, I suddenly set a goal to make the school an international baccalaureate accredited school. And thank you to her effort to organizing the foreign teachers, the school has grown to become the only school in Okinawa that offered the international baccalaureate from kindergarten to high school. Currently, we have over 40 teachers from 10 different nationalities working in our classes every day. Currently, Ms. Tino is deeply involved in the development of Okinawa International School as a vice principal and one of the board members. OIS needed to continue to grow, and that means that Ms. Tino will continue to be at the center of the school for the benefit of OIS students. We would like to continue recruiting the excellent and hospitable teachers from the Philippines. Thank you very much for listening, and I would like to see you soon in Okinawa, Japan. Sayonara.
So that's my school director. We really work as a team since I started working in Okinawa, Japan, 2006. So you see, Filipinos in whatever profession, hindi lang sila Pacquiao. They really bring pride in our country. And the most important thing is my self-identity does not get compromised. I am proud to say that even though I work here in Japan, I'm still a Filipino teacher, upholding the values that my alma mater has taught me: competence, compassion, and commitment. So, to young educators, so do you really want to be a teacher? Oh, but take note. Only the brave can teach. And why? Professional competency. Pedagogical competence. You must know and fully understand what you are teaching and determine the approach, how to teach it. You should be creative in making authentic assessments that impact students' learning and their own self-understanding. Persevere in developing your knowledge and skills. Self-efficacy. Teacher self-efficacy. This means your beliefs in your ability to effectively handle the task, obligations, and challenges related to teaching and learning vocation. This plays a key role in influencing important academic outcomes like students' achievement and motivation, and well-being in the working environment. In other words, you should know how to effectively relate with your students and their parents, colleagues, and administrators, and yourself. Can you handle the task? And lastly, grace. We must put God first. We can only educate with God's grace. We need showers of God's grace, as stated in the line of the UST hymn. Okay, I'll just give some parts of the UST hymn. Keep us in the beauty and in truth and virtues, impassioned embrace. Then I'll sing this part. Okay, I'm sorry, Tomasians, okay? Ever your valiant legions, imbued with our ending grace. Okay, so that's the one that I remember. Okay, so to my fellow educators and aspiring future educators, I would like to live with this realization: to be competent is a must, but to be considerate, magnanimous is actually more powerful than you need God's grace for that. Lahat tayo magagaling. Ika nga, basta Pinoy, magaling yan. Now that we are facing a pandemic, being competent, especially in our profession, is essential. But to be considerate is what will save every struggling teacher and student. Just like what my school director and principal did, even though I seemed to lose hope and felt like falling, they did not give up on me. They gave their all support and consideration. To everyone, to our future young teachers, no matter how hard life is or the effect of this pandemic, don't lose hope. Continue your dreams. Be determined to finish your studies. Take all the challenges, difficulties positively. I am rooting for you all. Always remember that God is always with us. Continue to believe and have faith on Him, and you will be the best educator, mentor, and teacher that He designs and molds you to be. Thank you very much. So that's all from me that I can share as a Filipino teacher working in Okinawa, Japan.
Thank you very much, Dr. or Ms. Tino. Domo arigato gozaimasu. Your sharing, of course, of your professional competence and self-identity was inspiring, as we get to learn from real experience, your real experiences in an international school setting. So despite the challenges and the struggles, we can see how successful you are, from being a classroom teacher to a team leader, then to a vice principal. And we can also see how fulfilled you are as a teacher in Japan. Yours is a story of resilience and hard work. And these are traits that successful overseas Filipino workers have. So again, thank you to all our speakers, Dr. Peralta, Dr. Valenzuela, Dr. Kowazinski, and Ms. Tino. We are grateful for your gift of presence and the knowledge you have unselfishly imparted. At this point, we can now move to the open forum. I wish to thank my colleague, Ms. Joanna Marie Freya, for collecting the questions from the Zoom and YouTube chat box. This question is addressed to Dr. Ethel. I suppose Dr. Ethel already responded to some of the questions in the chat box, but nonetheless, I hope Dr. Ethel can somehow expound on her response. This is one question, one of the questions Mr. Leomar Pasqua asked: how do we attract good or qualified teachers despite the existing problems in our education system?
Thank you very much for that good question. Actually, it is one of our priority areas for SEAMEO, and the Ministries of Education adopted it as our goal for 2015 up to 2035. So we are doing everything we can to identify all the possible solutions. And one of them is actually working on the pre-service teaching, making it more, shall I say, attractive, and also a lot of packages or benefits for the teaching profession. As you know, in other countries, the teaching profession is regarded highly. In fact, many of the advanced countries, the highest salary would go for teachers. Even in our own region, for example, in Singapore, the benefits, the package for teaching is actually very, very attractive. So a lot of work should be done in our country, in the Philippines, in terms of improving the benefits as well as motivation for teachers. So we did a study on teacher motivation. It's not just salaries and benefits, but the overall package. And if it is really attractive, we can get the best and the brightest and offer more opportunities for them for growth. And it is a continuing process. We have completed the study on teacher satisfaction, teacher motivation, and many of them are linked to actually professional development and also, benefits of teachers. So that is one that I can say in terms of making it a priority of choice. Like what Ma'am Tino said, so she went out to teach because of the financial attractiveness of the offer, right? In the same way, it can be also for other, students at the high school level. They have to be informed about the teaching career profession, the benefits, the packages, and it's a noble profession. So that's why Madam Dr. Tino said that it takes one to be brave to go into this. So a lot of changes now in terms of recruitment of teachers are happening all over. So it's open for those who have choices. It's open to the best and the brightest. For those who do not have choice, I can say in some countries, they recruit those who really have the passion for teaching. And also, you may not be the best and the brightest, but the passion and commitment is there. So attitude also is being considered. So a lot of factors. It's not just one answer to that question, but a lot of interconnected packages for teacher education. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ethel. So thank you very much. I agree that apart from the salary and the remuneration, I think teachers would want to be supported and valued in the respective institutions. There's another question, Dr. Ethel, from Mr. Henry Rigal from the College of Immaculate Conception. How can we best perform in the PISA and the TIMSS, especially given the pandemic restrictions? I believe the program for international student assessment and TIMSS are international assessments in reading, math, and science. And in the latest PISA results, the Philippines is ranked among the lowest. So perhaps, Dr. Ethel, you can share some of the concrete points for our audience.
I will only speak about our own assessment in Southeast Asia. So we have the Southeast Asia primary learning metrics, but the result of the CPLM for grade 5 assessment is the same as PISA and TIMSS, where the Philippines right now is. So in our own study, we have seen a lot of need and room for actually improving the entire system. We just don't blame it on teachers, but in the result, we say that across the countries who took the CPLM test, 2 out of 3 children do not achieve the minimum competency level in reading, in writing, in mathematics. So in all of those countries, only 11% less in reading, 19% in mathematics achieve this minimum competency. It's really very, very low. Those who have reading skills, writing, as well as numeracy. So imagine it's less than 20% of our grade 5. And if you compare the results, of course, you will see Philippines is again on those bottom, like in PISA and TEAMS. And so what are our recommendations? So I said I will only talk about our recommendation here. And our recommendation would be number 1, so prioritize early learning in this advantage context. In our own result, we have found out that those who have 2 or 3 years in pre-primary education are the ones who are good and performing. Those who did not have pre-primary education, at least kindergarten, they did not perform well in reading, in writing, in mathematics. And second is that, we should strengthen the foundation years, the elementary, the primary education, especially for the progression of kids. If at the primary you cannot read, you cannot write, you cannot count, then you will carry this in secondary and in college. So it is a domino effect. So support the motivated and experienced teachers, keep them. So a lot of teachers would like to go out, of course, and even do a domestic helper job just to go out for income. But we should support them because we need them to really achieve better. And the data that we got can be used for monitoring and further research on why we dismally perform in those international assessments, not ongoing. So Philippines just launched probably 3 weeks ago, I joined their launch of the PISA result and the same result, but they're thinking about the language of test. So in PISA, in TEAMS and CPLM, Philippines has chosen English to be the language of test. So our kids are tested in English in all areas, in math, science, and reading, and mathematics. So we can all study further. Is it the language of instruction, or is it really a poor instruction from the teachers? So by the way, this is our first regional assessment. A lot of lessons learned, even from parents. Our study revealed that children whose parents are supportive and who give, extra teaching and review in homes, they perform better. So even parents and students' relationship, these are all very interesting area to consider. And in terms of educational infrastructure, we also found out that in Southeast Asian countries, they have better libraries. They have more libraries. So, hi, Philippines. So I think we have a national law about having library in every barangay or every village, because children can learn in villages, right? It can be a community library. But our test revealed that our kids are deprived of textbooks. They are sharing textbooks. So that it's not one solution, it's the totality of all, when it comes to the performance of kids in international tests. So that's what I can share right now. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ethel. And I think there are issues in all 3 components, issues regarding teachers, regarding students, and curriculum materials. I was just wondering, Dr. Ethel, since the learning competencies in the basic education were significantly reduced, do you think there will be a problem again in the next PISA test or TEAMS because of the reduction in the learning competencies?
Well, I took part in the development of K-12 shortly before I go to Thailand in 2015. And actually, the bottom line why we did K-12 is actually to reduce the overcrowded curriculum. And in that way, we know already that we need to decongest, right? So upon discussion with DEPA during this time of pandemic, the reduced curriculum is also reduced to accommodate all these mobile and digital classes and remote education, especially for those who do not have access to Wi-Fi or webinar, and they're using modules in public schools. So there is a significant reduction. I think Secretary Briones told me almost like around 50% of the competencies are reduced. And what we are worried now at the committee in the SDG is the learning lost and the learning generation loss. So we have learning poverty. And learning poverty is not just having, access to schooling, it's also access to quality schooling. So if we lose the quality of schooling and education and we lessen the competencies, I think it will, in a way, affect the performance of our kids when we again join the next level, because we have already aligned our curriculum with international standards with K to 12. So with the adjustment and looking at the different contents of the world in terms of curriculum, our K to 12 is most of all, already in that setting. But then we now lessen, right? So we will see the result of this decision probably when we join again the test in 2023, 2024, and 2025. So it's still early to say. But let me emphasize that in our region, we have the best performers. We have Singapore and Vietnam who always top these international tests even more than advanced countries. And the reason is that their curriculum is focused and less. So they have this motto of teach less, learn more. So what if Singapore teach less, learn more, and focus on the core curriculum only, but they perform better? They perform in reading, they perform in writing, they perform in science and mathematics, but they teach less and learn more. So I don't know how we can figure out this one, but definitely we will do another study on the effect and impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the congestion of the curriculum, and reducing the competencies, the core competencies, to accommodate this pandemic situation. So thank you so much. It's very early to say for me, but we will get there. Thank you.
Yes, and probably Ms. Tino, you can add something to Dr. Ethel's response. Japan is among the top performing countries in math and science. Can you share what qualities or practices you have in your school that may also be applied to Philippine schools to improve our students' performance? This is actually related to Assistant Professor Reyes' question for Ms. Tino. What best policies or practices in Japanese education do you believe are worth adopting in our country? Ma'am Tino. I'm not sure if Ma'am Tino is still with us. But anyway, there's a question for Dr. Christian. Actually, it's a personal question. I was surprised in your discussion a while ago that there are plenty of Muslims enrolling in your university. I was just wondering, how did your faculty adjust to these students, and were the students able to adjust as well?
Yes, thank you for this question. Also for me, when I started to be a head of international relations office, it was a quite interesting phenomena that so many Muslim students prefer to come to Europe beyond so many countries and so many universities and choose a Catholic university. And I think this is the general problem of European Union, where the process of laicization of the universities is so strong. So a lot of the students prefer such university like mine because they are Catholic. Because in such university, where is the room of silent prayer, they have possibility to, for example, on a current hour, pray, or they want to pray. And there will be no questions why now, maybe later. No, the respect which are beyond believers is so strong that Muslim students prefer Catholic universities as a place where they have their semester studies. This is the reason why they choose such places like mine. My university is no big. It's no huge, no the biggest in the Poland, but it's small, it's Catholical, and it's enough for them. It's enough for them. Respect beyond believers. It is enough.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. There are some more questions for Ma'am Tino. If Ms. Tino is not around anymore, probably we can send these questions to her through email. I think there are no more questions in the chat box. We now conclude the open forum. Thank you very much to our speakers for responding to our participants' questions. Many of our participants actually shared their appreciation for a very interesting and enlightening session and conversation. Our participants are appreciative of what you have shared with us this morning. And as proof, allow me to read some of the comments. Thank you, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, for a comprehensive talk. Thank you, Dr. Christian, for a profound discussion about faith and reason. And for Ms. Tino, thank you, Ms. Tino, for sharing your passion and competence for the teaching profession. There are several comments, words of appreciation for our speakers. So again, let's give them a virtual and hearty applause. Okay. We now proceed to the awarding of the certificates. Allow me to read the citation. The University of Santo Tomas College of Education awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela for delivering the keynote address on the topic utilizing a culturally responsive framework in accompanying higher educational institutions in the work of teacher training and formation during the first International Sound Conference for Teacher Education Formation with the theme Harmonizing Functional Competence and Personal Identity in Teacher Education. Given this 23rd day of April in the year of our Lord 2021, signed by the Dean of the College of Education, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, LPT, PhD, and the Regent of the College of Education, Reverend Father Maximo P. Gotella of the Order of Preachers. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela.
Thank you very much. Kapunka.
We also award a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Christian Kowazinski for sharing his time, knowledge, and expertise as speaker on the topic Scholarship and Mission, Cornerstones for Teacher Training Formation in Catholic Universities, delivered during the first International Sound Conference for Teacher Education Formation with the theme Harmonizing Functional Competence and Personal Identity in Teacher Education. Signed by the Dean, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, and the Regent, Reverend Father Maximo P. Gatella, OP. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Christian Kowazinski. And of course, we also award a certificate of appreciation to Ms. Marilyn Tino, an alumna of the College of Education, for sharing her time, knowledge, and expertise as speaker on the topic Professional Competence and Self-Identity, a Filipino teacher experience in an international school, delivered during the first International Sound Conference for Teacher Education and Formation. Signed by the Dean, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, and the Regent, Reverend Father Maximo P. Gatella. Thank you also, Ms. Tino. So we've come already to the end of the morning sessions program. Just a few reminders for our participants. We will now have our lunch break until 1 p.m. The afternoon session will start at exactly 1 p.m. and the link to the evaluation form shall be provided at the end of the program. Okay. For now, we can have our photo opportunity. May I ask our participants if you can enable your webcams for the Zoom gallery photo. May I ask our colleague, Assistant Professor Pri Antinipunan, to take a screenshot.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. If it's possible, pwede pong matanggal yung, may I request to
yes.
stop share so that I will be able to take a gallery? So may we request everyone po to please turn on your camera. Sir, Ma'am Cherry, I cannot see the other participants. I'm only able to see the panelists or those that are that are part of the panelists. And there is a comment also that the camera is not allowed to be activated po.
Yes, it's in the settings, Ms. Priyan. So we can just have a screenshot of the panelists first.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at the count of 3 po. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. For the participants naman po, some assistance lang po.
Sir Anthony.
Hindi po makakapag-open po ng camera po yung mga participants kasi po nasa Zoom webinar po tayo, ma'am.
Alright.
I see. Okay,
Thank you.
So perhaps later na lang po siguro.
Yes, in the afternoon session. All right, so we have come to the conclusion of our morning session of this inaugural conference. Thank you for being with us this morning. We will see you all in the afternoon. God bless.
pagsabihan ng suliranin at ikaw ay nariyan. Nakahanda akong tulungan, ikaw ang liwanag tungo sa magandang kinabukasan. Kahit na ikaw ay nahirapan, tungkulin mo'y iyong ginampanan.
Sound Cherry.
Kung magulang, kung ika'y maituturing,
Do you hear me? Sound check.
Yes, sir.
ay kaibigang mapagsabihan ng suliranin, at ikaw ay nariyan, nakahanda akong tulungan. Ikaw ang liwanag tungo sa magandang kinabukasan, kahit na ikaw ay nahirapan. Tungkulin mo'y iyong ginampanan. Aking guro, mahal kong guro, salamat sa iyong pagtuturo. Katotohanan ng mundo ay aking natanto. Ikaw ang aking bayani, handang ialay ang iyong sarili para sa aking kapakanan. Ikaw ang gabay upang pangarap ko'y makamtan. Ikaw ang
Good afternoon and welcome back to our first International Passion for Scholarship and Love for Mission, or SAM conference, with the theme Harmonizing Functional Competence and Personal Identity in Teacher Education. This event is part of the celebration of the 410th founding anniversary of the university and the 95th founding anniversary of the College of Education. I am Alvin Ringo C. Reyes, your moderator for the afternoon session. This morning, we were welcomed to the conference by the Dean of the UST College of Education, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, LPT PhD, followed by the explanation of the rationale and objectives by Assistant Professor Carmina S. Vicente, Chair of the Elementary Education Department. This was followed by the opening address of the UST Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Cheryl R. Peralta, DRPH, titled Teacher Training and Formation in the Catholic University of the Philippines, Challenges and Victories. Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela, Director of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Secretariat, delivered her keynote address utilizing a culturally responsive framework in accompanying higher educational institutions in the work of teacher training and formation. Our resource speakers, Dr. Christian Chelazinski of the College of Social and Media Culture in Turin, Poland, discussed about scholarship and mission, cornerstones for teacher training and formation in Catholic universities, while Ms. Marilyn Tino, Vice Principal of the Okinawa International School in Japan, discussed about professional competence and self-identity, a Filipino teacher experience in an international school. This afternoon, we are privileged to be graced by three more international speakers who will share with us their expertise on teacher education and formation in their respective countries and institutions. To introduce them, we call on Assistant Professor Rosemary M. Cordura, Academic Staff of the Elementary Education Department.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Sir Reyes. So good afternoon, everyone. It is my honor to introduce to you our two distinguished speakers for this afternoon's session. So starting off with Dr. Yi-Fen Ye. Dr. Yifan Ye is an associate professor of the College of Teacher Education at the National Taiwan Normal University, or NTNU. She also serves as the chief coordinator of the International Baccalaureate Educator Certificate Program at NTNU and the vice editor of Secondary Education Journal. Her research interests include teacher education, STEM education, technological pedagogical content knowledge, and international education. For our second speaker, we have Dr. Nomura Nakawo, who is currently serving as Director at Division of International Exchange Support, Global Commons, as well as Regional Director for Southeast Asia at Office of Global Initiatives, University of Tsukuba, Japan. He is also serving as a national representative from Japan for the steering committee of AIMS, Asian International Mobility for Students Program, organized by the SEAMEO REHEB. His research specialty is on bioprocess engineering, particularly application of biotechnology for environmental renovation or food production, with collaborations with international partners. He's also conducting teaching and research as a associate professor in Faculty of Life and Environmental Sciences, University of Tsukuba, Japan. So once again, let us all give a warm welcome to our esteemed lecturers, Dr. Yifan Ye and Dr. Nomura Nakawo. Thank you.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes, Doctor, loud and clear.
Okay. Hi, everybody. It's nice to meet you here. And so I'm going to present some observations from Taiwan, okay, especially for teacher education. Okay, so I hope that you have seen my screen. And so today I'm going, because the theme of the conference is more focusing on the functional competency and the personal identity. So I would like to use an issue, especially it's pretty hot right now in Taiwan. It's about bilingual education in Taiwan. But we do found some crisis, and it can also be an opportunity for our teachers. So I will explain more further. And so today I'm going to focus more on the bilingual education in Taiwan. And so I will also cover issues about bilingual education teacher competencies and identity. And number 3 is a study on the experiences of practicing bilingual education teachers. And we do have certain thoughts about the bilingual educations right now. So maybe today, from after my presentation, and I can also get some feedback from you, and because different countries have their own experiences and their opinions, so I would like to hear from you. And the last part, that adapting bilingual education teacher training for remote learning, because the conference wants me to talk a little bit about the remote learning, but actually in Taiwan, we run everything's normal nowadays, even under the COVID-19. We do not close the schools and that kind of thing. And I also have to say that in Taiwan, our teachers are pretty weak at technology. And so if you do aware about the TALIS international study, it is an international study focusing on the teachers' preparedness in middle school and high school. And then we found that the teachers in Taiwan, compared with some other Asian countries, our teachers are pretty bad at technology. So I have to say that remote learning right now, we are still doing the face-to-face, so I'm not going to cover that part. But I can also let you know that remote learning is probably the very weak part of our teachers. And so right now, I'm going to talk about the bilingual education in Taiwan. And so the background of that is like English language teaching has been a key component of Taiwan's curriculum for more than 70 years, which means that we think that English is very important in Taiwan, and because that is the language that we can use to communicate with people overseas. However, we focus our curriculum on that part, but the learning effect is not that good. So the second part is like a grammar-based pedagogies. So you can see that grammar-based. Okay, so share mode. Do you see that? Can
Yes,
you see?
doctor, it's better now.
Right,
Thank
because
you.
I see the message. Okay. So right now, until now, that we are still adopting the grammar-based pedagogy. So a lot of English teachers are just teaching the grammar and helping the student to make some drills, practices, that kind of thing. So students are quite less low motivated in learning English. And so bilingual education has existed in Taiwan private education sector for many years, because so you can see that private schools can make a lot of money from offering the bilingual education. And so right now, 2 years ago, and our government do notice about this part, that our citizens are not good at English. So we have a blueprint for developing teacher into a bilingual nation. And we hope we can become a bilingual nation by 2030. And so there are several things we need to do. So raise citizens' English proficiency, and also enhancing people's listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and communication ability. Those are the basic English proficiency skills for English learners. And so if we have a goal, set up a goal like that, so which means that our teachers also need to be empowered. Our teachers need to be good at English, and probably they cannot only teach English in English class. They have to teach English in some subject content class. And then our students can use those vocabulary to communicate with native speakers. So that is something we are trying to do. And so in the blueprint, you can see that, okay, we are trying to adopt a dynamic teaching approach focusing on daily English. Okay, so sometimes some teachers, that's English teachers, we hope that our pre-service teachers in the future, they can teach English in English. So which means the whole English class. So they cannot teach English with Chinese. But for the subject teachers like physics, chemistry, and some other subjects, we hope that they can teach their subject content in English in bilingual way. So sometimes their students probably are not ready for the whole English instruction. So they can use some Chinese and also the English alternatively to help students to gain English proficiency and to gain the English, to gain the subject content knowledge. Okay, so bilingual education, teacher education training. We hope that we can have at least 2,000 bilingual teachers within 4 years, which would include Taiwanese native teachers who can use English to teach. And also we want to hire some native English speaking teachers, which means that we are welcome that teachers from Philippines or from other English as their native language countries. So that's our government trying to do. So within the 4 years, 2,000 bilingual teachers. And then, but definitely you can see that if the native speakers coming to the Taiwan, and we definitely need to have certain policy, try to accommodate their needs and also accommodate their professions. So they probably, in the school, they probably can teach with the local teachers. And so one is using Chinese, the other is using English. So there are several modes can be done in bilingual education classrooms. And so in order to achieve the goal like 2,000 bilingual teachers within 4 years, National Taiwan Normal University is thinking that what can we do right now? So we are the biggest teacher education institute in Taiwan. We accommodate the highest number of teacher candidates. So in this September, we are going to offer the bilingual education program. And for that, we also offer some scholarship programs. And in the middle, you can see that the IBEC program. I don't know if that's be familiar by many people that this is authorized by the IB organizations. So we are officially allowed to offer certain teacher education program attached to our local teacher education program. So this is the additional teacher education program I'm talking about. So in this program, the students are expected to learn the International Baccalaureate curriculum and the pedagogies and how to teach in inquiry ways, that kind of thing. And we offer the courses all in English. So which means that the students are immersed in an English environment. So we expect that their language ability definitely will go up and they can get sort themselves into the job market very soon, just after their graduation. So in this program, the students need to serve the internship after completing the whole program. And the last part, that's about in-service teacher program. So we have certain faculties who assist this part. And this part it is sponsored by city government, and the city government gave us some funds, try to empower the local teachers, the in-service teachers. So they just need to get here to the university and to take some courses, and they also need to open their classroom to to receive other teachers' feedback, and then they can complete that, and they can call themselves as a bilingual education teachers. So I have to say that right now, at this moment, we are just launching the policy, and probably we are not doing, our government and also our university are not doing that. We are not very sure about whether this path is correct for us or not, but at least we believe that we have to take some actions. We are doing something, and then the future path will become more clear. And so I'm going to talk about what is the competencies required for bilingual education teachers, and definitely about their own identity. So this is based on a researcher, Canado. And so he proposed that the bilingual education teachers need to be equipped with certain competencies, including the linguistic competence, pedagogical competence, scientific knowledge competence, organizational competence, interpersonal competence, collaborative competence, and reflective competence. So I don't know because right now, just like I mentioned, we are still developing our bilingual education teachers. And I think this 7 competency, the foundational competence, can cover most at this moment, but probably in the future, if our citizens are quite good at bilingual, and so our our teachers, the future teachers may need another advanced levels of competence, and that they can teach, educate their students. So linguistic competence. Okay, so about linguistic competence, it's more like the intercultural respect and also the interpersonal communication skills and the social interactions. So, you know, we all know that language is functioning as a tool for for all of us to do the communication. So, especially if we want to teach English, definitely we also teach the culture of that target country, which can be the England or can be the United States or any native English and as a native language country. So we want our students to embrace the cultural differences and that kind of thing. So our teachers definitely need to have this competence. And also one thing that I forgot to mention is like in the past, our teacher get used to teach in one language, but in the future, they need to be equipped with the ability to be able to teach multiple languages, which is at least English and Chinese. Okay, and the pedagogical competence. So in the following, I'm going to share with you some students' interviews and teachers' interviews, and they do feel that they need some empowerment workshops and also the programs to help them to learn better about what is the inquiry teaching and that kind of thing. So even those teachers are qualified teachers, in Taiwan, we get used to grammar-based language instruction method, and we also get used to traditional lecturing mode. So it's really hard for our teachers, the teacher candidates, to imagine that what is inquiry teaching and how can it be done in classrooms. We all know that inquiry is a good thing, and it's a fancy phrase for our education, but we do not have the experiences to be taught in inquiry methods. So how can we help our future students? So the teachers do need the pedagogical competence. So we want our teachers to be equipped with student-centered active learning, especially English as a second language or a foreign language. It really needs students to spend time working on that, and also the environment they can get immersed into. And it's the reason why I have to say that the reason why our citizens is not good at English is mainly because we do not have that environment. Here in Taiwan, everything, you can see the slogans, the commercials in televisions, and also the brand name, and a lot of shops all use Chinese. So it's really hard for our students to gain the basic English words, that's language proficiency. And scientific knowledge competence. So this is more about the theoretical underpinnings of bilingual education. So our teachers, they do not receive any instructions about how can we learn the subject in Chinese and also in English. So it's really hard for them to imagine that what they can do right now. So we want to teach them some ideas about how can bilingual education be done in classrooms. And so just like I mentioned that we implement the policy only 2 years ago. And so right now we are the beginner learners in bilingual education, but at least we see a lot of teachers who are, or you can call it struggling in bilingual teaching, but actually they try their best. Sometimes they use different modes just try to accommodate their students' needs, learning needs. So sometimes for this paragraph, they use English, and for the other activity, they use Chinese. So they are taking the different alternative mode. And the organizational competence. So it is more about the classroom mode. And so we want our students to be good at the classroom management and the control strategies. So in bilingual education teaching classrooms, so it is quite often that you can see teachers are quite sad about that. Yes, okay, I see the message. Okay, so we can see that all the teachers are quite sad. Many teachers are quite sad about that. There's always a group of students who are pretty low motivated in learning, and sometimes the students may good at learning using the native language, but they just don't like English. So the bilingual education teachers definitely need to have this classroom management, how to motivate the students to try to open their ears and listen to teacher, instead of just sitting there and idling there and not to talk with others. So classroom management is also important. And also the interpersonal competence. So I would say for the bilingual education, the students and also the teachers, they definitely need have a lot of chance to communicate with each other. But for teachers, sometimes because they are not that satisfied with their English proficiency right now, but they are forced to teach bilingual education. So they are doing their best, and which is saying, just like I mentioned, that we are right now, we may not have that many teachers who can do bilingual education or English teaching that well, but at least we are trying. So we can see that our teachers are trying to accommodate the school needs and the student needs. And so definitely there should be some effective factors we need to care about our future teachers. And collaborative competence, yes, that's in the following sharing, I will share with you that there are several modes of collaboration happening in our classroom right now, the bilingual education classrooms. And so you can see that whether the native English speakers are collaborating with the local teachers, or the local teachers do most of the teaching. So a lot of collaboration modes is working on right now. So, but just like you see the boxes here, that in the past, they get used to teach alone. So all the students just need to listen to one teacher. And so the teacher is quite professional and that kind of thing. But in the bilingual education classrooms, so if it is not delivered by one teacher, it can be delivered co-taught by two teachers. One is native speaker, the other is the subject teachers. So definitely these two teachers need to communicate and collaborate a lot, especially in the curriculum development, and also the worksheet design and that kind of thing. So a lot of collaboration is working on right there. And then the last part, that's reflective competence. So I have to say that the teachers have to stay up to date in academic discipline and also bilingual education. Just like the one message I just received from one of you, that yes, this 7 competency is definitely critical for all the you can say teacher candidates or the in-service teachers for all teachers. So I'm going to share with you one study that we just completed and we submitted to a journal, and I'm working with my colleagues. We try to know the how the bilingual education classroom is working on. So we try to interview the teachers over there. And after I present with you our findings, then you will see that, okay, with the classrooms like that, and what should we equip our teacher candidates next step, okay? So in this study, we interviewed the teachers, a total of 10 teachers from 4 cities in Taiwan, mainly in the northern part. And so we included 12 teachers, and 4 English teachers, 6 content teachers, and 1 teacher with content and English training. But you can see the table that the number of years in bilingual education, not many, okay? So only the last one, that is, he has a lot experiences, but only 4 years. But you can see teacher type that's mainly in a half of them that's English teachers and the content teachers. This co-teacher means that they co-teach with native English speaking teachers. Okay, so this is an EST and the local teachers, local homeroom teachers. Okay, so you can see that this is the mode that they are doing. A lot of collaborations here, but this case that he just do the bilingual education by himself. Okay. And right now, we also have some local schools that becoming a bilingual education schools. And if the schools in our government, if those schools would like to try some bilingual education, and then they can apply to the government and saying that we want to try, and then they can receive some money and to run in those type of things. So data, okay. This is a semi-structural interviews, and the interviews are conducted bilingually. So my colleague is an English native speaker, and he interviewed those students, those teachers, and then, but you know, those teachers, all of them are local teachers. So we welcome them, we encourage them to use English or Chinese. It depends on their habits, okay? And okay, so some issues coming out, and so that can help us to think about that. Okay, what is the teacher education program we should design for our pre-service teachers? So you can see the first teachers saying that, okay, actually, the linguistic competence is about, first of all, not everyone can speak English, and the second, and they don't know how to use English to teach, and that's very difficult. And the second teacher, that they are not English teachers, they are pure subject teachers, and they need to learn the terms of classrooms, classroom rules, and then also the classroom languages. So those are the issues about our teachers right now at this stage. I have to say, because we are just launching the project, so our teachers are not ready, even though those are the practicing teachers in schools, but they are the subject teachers, and they are asked to do some English teaching, so they are not ready. They feel that. And then the next issue is about pedagogical competency. So you can see that I found some of my colleagues, and so they don't know how to teach bilingual education because their experience, due to the lack of experiences, and you can see that when they run the bilingual, they have to do some task-based learning, and it's more like the inquiry-based learning. So our teachers are not ready even for the inquiry learning. So you can see that right now those bilingual education teachers are quite anxious about their teaching quality. And so you can see the last one from my teaching method. I started fumbling in the first year. I think I had a fixed model from my past experiences. So you can see this teachers, and she shows some worries, and she do reflect about her own teaching. So I believe that those type of teachers would like to do some more empowerment next step. And then scientific knowledge competence. So you can see that the first one, she is a home economics teacher, and it's not very professional knowledge, but at least in that language, in that subject, the teachers still need to use limited English. So sometimes they don't know how to describe the actions happen in classroom. They don't know how to give the action verbs, the appropriate action verbs to the students, and also the phrases, how to use the needle, that kind of thing. And second one, it requires a lot of professional knowledge if you want to teach the content. So just like the previous slide, that the pedagogical competence, the teachers feel that they probably still need more empowerment seminar, that kind of thing. And even for the professional background they come from, they also think that they definitely need more. And the issues with organizational competence. So one teacher says that the students, their ability, the discipline, everything they are all together, I need to know them better. Those are the critical factors for bilingual education, the critical factors for the success of the bilingual education. So it seems that they are not ready for that. And the second part, that I think my problem is about bilingual. It's not about bilingual or geography, and it is about classroom management. So different teachers have their own worries. And the issues with the interpersonal competence. So you can see here that we had a lot of goals from beginnings, and the goals were too massive. Eventually, we found students couldn't accept a lot of bilingual teaching compared to Chinese teaching methods. Honestly speaking, this became a burden for the students. So I know that English for Philippines is a national language, so probably it's really hard for you to imagine that kind of thing. But in Taiwan, I do heard that some students, and I do have certain friends that they receive the English instruction from the middle schools, and they feel that they just don't have the talent learning English. So they just quit, and then they don't want to, and they choose to learn Japanese instead. So a lot of low motivated students in Taiwan. So we really, our teachers need to be more patient and also be more skillful, trying to guide our students to learn English and use English, practice more of the English. And so, yes, you can see that the second part, that why are you speaking English? I don't understand. So the students, they can learn better in Chinese, but they just cannot learn idea from English. So how can the teachers help those kids? Okay, and based on our policy, the national policy, that yes, we do want to become a bilingual country, and we want our citizens to use English better. But the bottom line is like, we offer the English instruction, but our students cannot become weak in subject knowledge. So the teachers right now in the classrooms, in the schools, they are quite anxious about that. Okay, if with the limited teaching hours, what should I teach you? Do I teach English or do I teach the subject content? But if those teachers are get into our schools, and we always tell them that focus more on the subject content, and then try to think that, is there any vocabulary or sentence pattern that you can introduce in classrooms? And don't worry, and be patient about your students. It's quite slow, that's okay, that kind of thing. So this is one worry from our teachers. And also the collaborative competence. So a partnership really needs to be developed. You can see from what I know, there's a lot of broken relationships. It really depends on the teachers and how the schools manage the bilingual education. If the supervisor wants the bilingual education in the classrooms, and the teachers do not have that many resources, so you can see how desperate those teachers can be. And then you can also see here that we don't communicate a lot. Okay, I don't think we are a good team, even though the school gives the teachers some resources, but the teachers are too busy. Okay, and so they have to teach the subject, and also they have to teach the bilingual education courses. And the last one is quite interesting, that this case, he has a partner teacher, and the partner teacher is an English speaking teacher. And but actually the workload and the teaching loads between the English speaking teachers and also the local teachers have never been balanced in the past and right now. I don't know if it becomes better in the future. But so a lot of my friends in the private schools, they also say that, okay, because they are private schools, they can charge more from students. And so they can offer more salary for the teachers, but mainly for the native speakers, not for the local teachers, okay? But it's understandable, because the English native speakers, they came to Taiwan, they have to afford their houses and that kind of thing. So it makes sense, but local teachers still feel that, oh, it's not fair. Okay, so this is about not balanced co-teaching. And the last part, that's reflective competence. So I would say, when we interview the 12 teachers in this project, and we want to know what is going on in bilingual education classrooms right now. And those are the volunteers, teachers who joined our interviews. There are still a lot of teachers who do not dare to get into the interviews, because at that point of time, we try to phone a lot of schools and try to get one teachers from a school to be interviewed. But a lot of schools says that, oh, we are not ready, and the teachers are not confident, so probably interview in the future, not right now. So those are the teachers who accept our interview. Those are the teachers who have a lot of reflections, and then they would like to share share what they think and their observations. So they are highly reflective. So you can see the first one. I joined a lot of workshops in the first year, and especially about how to teach the home economics, and also the second one. It's about the relationship between the teachers, and she is commenting about that. We want to, even for the teachers, we want to have more chances to speak English and to build up our own English proficiency ability. And the last one, I try to participate to understand what is bilingual education and what is the policy. And I do notice that several devoted teachers, they attended a lot of conferences and also the programs, just try to know that whether what they are doing is correct or not. Because in Taiwan, we do not have that experience before the bilingual education. So a lot of teachers just do by their intuition. They think that, okay, it makes sense for our students. It can accommodate my students' needs. So I just do it. But they still want some professional supervision. So some implications for training teacher candidates. This is the critique I got from the news, and that is the focusing more about our bilingual country policy. And so it points out several reality that, okay, right now in our schools, that our students receive limited English hours in schools, okay? You can see here that 3 hours per week in middle schools. It's the current situation. So definitely right now you can imagine that although we have implemented 70 years English instruction for 70 years, but it's not effective. Our students, our citizens do not dare to open their mouth and to communicate with others in English. So I think the limited instructional hours is the critical thing. And even for the 3 hours per week, that most of the English teachers, they think that they are mission to develop their students' communication ability. So which means that sometimes they just use some basic words like do the transportation and also to receive the phone call and some basic things. So that explains that our students, our citizens are not good at English. So right now we hope that we can teach our subject content in English. So limited manpower in teaching English, yes, right now. Just like I mentioned, we hope that we can get 2,000 teachers devoting into bilingual education within 4 years. 2,000 teachers, that's a lot. And so, and those teachers, definitely, we hope that those teachers are qualified in bilingual education, which means that they have to take some courses like bilingual education, introduction to bilingual education, and also how to teach subject content in English and those types of courses. And if they pass those courses, we can view them, okay, they are qualified teachers. But it takes time to develop those teachers. So one professor in Taiwan also saying that if we want to rely the manpower in teaching English with the pre-service teachers, it takes too long. So we think that yes, definitely the younger teachers can be good at English, but it takes 3 to 4 years to develop one teachers. And so we better to focus on the in-service teachers right now, because what they need, what those in-service teachers need is about the language proficiency. It's we don't need to worry about their subject teaching ability. And they are pretty good at classroom management. What they need is about English. So limited manpower is one, in teaching English is one important part, whether our policy can be successful or not. So just like I mentioned, I read this critique from the news that this critique is offered by one native speaker, and he is thinking that in the past, in the 70 years in the past, and our instruction of English is mainly on the communication ability, but it's not enough, and the students are easily get bored from those types of classrooms. So we need to teach the students the basic, the foundational ability like critical thinking. Although we may think that English critical thinking may not have direct relationship with language ability, but how can we develop those critical thinking ability? We can develop this from reading a novel and also reading news and that kind of thing, and also doing the analysis of the text or some issues, or if we can engage our students to practice English in that directions and makes English more fun and more multiple purposes, then the students may be motivated to learn English. But that is about the goals for our students, but how about our teachers? So which means that our teachers we cannot satisfy with the teachers we develop only with the bilingual education strategies. We want them to be able to teach critical thinking, which means that they have to be equipped with critical thinking first, and then they also know how to teach critical thinking. So that critique is made by a native speaker, and he tries to encourage us to start reading in English. Okay, I think it may not be the best way, but at least it's a good alternative for us to think, because in Taiwan, a lot of students get used to iPad and the cell phones, and and also they are busy with their study load. They do not read novels that much. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so this is the model that proposed by one professor who is quite devoted himself into the local bilingual education in Taiwan. And he proposed that maybe right now we need our local teacher education models, which is, we call it like a fertile model. So including the characteristics of flexibility, environment, role modeling time, instructional strategies, learning needs analysis, and engaging stakeholders. And those are the things like, especially like flexibility. The teachers right now we see from the class, from the schools, that they are looking for the answers of how can they teach bilingual education easily and also effectively, that kind of thing. But right now in the whole island, we do not have the good answers fitting their needs. And so we think that even the teachers need to be flexible and need to be tolerant, and to work with other teachers to wait for the students and also wait for teachers to develop themselves. The reason why we say that we do not have a good answer for that, because we also do a lot of analysis of other countries' policy about on their bilingual education. We feel that there's no countries that we can learn from, because different countries have their own context and their own cultures. And so take Singapore, for example. Singapore is a multilingual country, but a lot of people, and or even the people in Singapore, they also reflect that, okay, so probably they are not pretty good at one language, and so they also worry about their identity loss, that kind of thing. So we feel that there's no model for us to learn from, so we need to be flexible. And I would also like to talk a little bit about role modeling. So role modeling is more like, just like I mentioned, in the past, we get we learn our subject. We learn our subject knowledge in Chinese. We know how to teach the subject knowledge effectively in Chinese, but we have never received any instructions building up our knowledge, subject knowledge under the bilingual education mode. So if it's possible that we have certain teachers and who are pretty good at doing the bilingual education, and then they would like to open their classrooms to others, then definitely more teachers will know, okay, it's not that difficult to do that. We can still do that. I can still do that in my classrooms. So right now in our plan, the 5-year plan for the NTNU, our school, we try to develop the pre-service teachers and also try to get themselves and be equipped with bilingual teaching strategies. And then we encourage them to open their classrooms after they get into schools, and then they can be the role modeling. Okay, so those are the seed teachers we are developing right now. So those are this is I just share with you, this is the local model that we developed right now, and based on our observations from classrooms. And so preparing for future bilingual teachers, you can see here that they're in the middle, in the center, that those are the required competency we just mentioned. And but what should we do in National Taiwan Normal University? First, that we have implemented the International Baccalaureate Educator Certificate and the program. This is a program. So if our students graduate from this program, they can get the certificate. And it is offered by the International Baccalaureate organization. And there are around 50 universities join this association. We can call it like an association. And so we are officially to offer the teacher education program. So this is the English medium courses and also inquiry-based instruction, competency-based education, reflective teaching, and lifelong learning. Those are the 4 characteristics that we are doing in this program. And in this September, we are going to offer the bilingual education teaching certificate program. This is also English medium classes, multilingual planning and instruction. We will teach them, and also we will teach them strategies to support multilingual learners and collaborations across the disciplines, because we have pre-service teachers from different departments. So those are the 2 major programs we are implementing to our schools. Okay, so thank you. I hope I explained what we have done in Taiwan and also National Taiwan Normal University very clear. And so I'm willing to take any feedbacks and any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yvonne Ye, PhD, Director, Division of International Teacher Education, College of Teacher Education of the National Taiwan Normal University. You actually provided us with an opportunity to do comparative education of your context in Taiwan and ours in the Philippines. But I wish to highlight some key points in her lecture. First is that teacher empowerment precedes instructional quality. Before we can develop the competence of student teachers in bilingual education, we have to develop the competence of their trainers or their educators first. Dr. Ye provided us with a glimpse of the strong support of the government in developing bilingual education in Taiwan. She also expounded on the different competencies that serve as building blocks of developing bilingual education. One of the factors that she highlighted is the importance of an environment that supports learning of a second or a foreign language. Cultural immersion facilitates the learning of an L2. And lastly, Dr. Ye provided us implications of her study in policies and praxis, which we can actually benchmark from. Some reactions, Dean Pilar Romero is saying that these competencies are actually all-inclusive. They are not only limited to bilingual education, but actually embrace other disciplines as well. And Mr. Henry M. Legal provides us a glimpse of our practice in the Philippines by saying that actually it's a different story in our context. With the K-12 curriculum, we shifted from the use of the English language to as early as grade 1 through the mother tongue in the primary grade levels. Thank you, Professor Dr. Ye, Director of the Division of International Teacher Education. We will have you back again during the open forum. Before we proceed to our second speaker, we encourage our participants to ask questions or give insights through the chat box, and we will address them during the open forum. We also wish to acknowledge our viewers from different parts of the country. We have viewers from Mindanao State University in Marawi City and in Binyan, Laguna, to name a few. We also acknowledge our international speakers who are still with us, like Dr. Christian Cholazinski from the College of Social and Media Culture in Torun, Poland. And now we call on our second speaker, Dr. Nakao P. Nomura, Director of the International Exchange Support Global Commons of the University of Tsukuba in Japan, to discuss about enhancing functional competence and personal identity of teachers through internationalization engagements and opportunities for cross-cultural exchange. Dr. Nomura?
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Nomura from your new partner from Japan. I'm glad to be invited for this big event in the University of Santo Tomas. And my mission in my university is promoting study abroad and global human resources development. So I'm not originally from the teacher education field, but a lot of activity in my mission is related with the education or teacher education. So let me start with sharing with my slides. Okay. Okay. So the title given to me today's talk is Enhancing Functional Competence and Personal Identity of Teachers Through Internationalization Engagement and Opportunity for Cultural Exchange. Since we have just signed a kind of academic agreement between UST and University of Tsukuba, I'd like to start with the introduction of my university so that you can search for the opportunity, not only for the teacher education, but if some people from different field, we have a holistic agreement through two universities so that you can see what is University of Tsukuba and what our mission. So my talk will be divided into three. First is the introduction, as I told you, of the University of Tsukuba, and some of the unique points of this university will be introduced. And second, I'd like to share with you that under this pandemic situation, how Japanese university is coping with the COVID-19 and how we keep on research and education in the higher education institution. HEI means higher education institutions. And I will go a bit more specific to the cooperation with the ASEAN, especially Philippines, through the activity with the SEAMEO. I see the keynote speakers of this event. You invited Director General of the SEAMEO. So many of you have already aware that SEAMEO itself. Then we have a lot of activity with SEAMEO, and many are related with partner university in the Philippines. So I will introduce two projects with the SEAMEO. One is the AIMS program. It's mainly for the semester-based exchange. And the second one is the C Teacher project. This is specifically related with the teacher education, like a pre-service teacher practicum. Okay, so let me start with the introduction of the University of Tsukuba. I wonder if some of you have been to Tsukuba, but I'd like to start. Where is Tsukuba? Actually, Tsukuba is not really far from Tokyo, only maybe 40 to 50 kilometers from Tokyo. And this is our city, Tsukuba, is known as the Science City of Japan. And as you can see here in this slide, the largest science city in Japan, and the center of research and development, and with more than 30 national research institutes and 200 private ones. Actually, Tsukuba was established around 40 to 50 years ago under the government project to set up a science and technology core of Japan. And under this project, Japanese government were looking for the suitable place to host this science core. And there are several candidates, but finally they decided to set up in Tsukuba, the place called Tsukuba, because the location is not very far from Tokyo, and infrastructure to support the science and technology activity is enough to support those ones. But however, I like to emphasize, especially in this event, that the University of Tsukuba was set as a core institution, like a core higher education institution of Tsukuba Science City, but we used to be in Tokyo under different name. And the name while we are in Tokyo was Tokyo University of Education. So when we were in Tokyo, when the University of Tsukuba was in Tokyo, we were more focusing on education, especially higher education. And if we look at the origin of University of Tsukuba, origin is a Tokyo Higher Normal School. So our original field is education, like a teacher development and the teacher education, and also the school management, like that. So the people in the education field really proud of this history, and we also still have a very strong staff and the facility for education. But since we came to Tsukuba, we became a bit more comprehensive and to cover most of the study field, including engineering, medicine, agriculture, and of course humanities and the social sciences. But of course we keep the education. And another unique point of Tsukuba is we have a very strong field of, you can see the history here, the higher normal school is the origin, then of the sports science. And in Japan, the sports science or physical education are usually offered in the private universities. Comprehensive national universities offering sports science or physical education is only University of Tsukuba. That's why many young athletes who like to study under the national universities come to Tsukuba. As a result, we have a lot of the world-class athletes. You can see we have more than 100 medalists, and every Olympic we have a few medalists from our universities. And we also have a few Nobel laureates. We have three, two in physics and one in chemistry. And this is like overall like a statistical data, one of that from about University of Tsukuba, and we have 8 graduate schools, and you can see the top as the education, and we have 9 undergraduate schools, and total number of the students around 17,000, and 10,000 are undergraduate, and around 7,000 graduate students. So in Japan, that we are now trying to designate universities into research university, like a university focusing more on the research, or universities focusing on the more education. And we have, Japanese government has selected 11 research universities, top universities. And the University of Tsukuba is one of the 11 research universities. That means we have high ratio of the graduate students. And another unique point of University of Tsukuba is our internationalization or globalization. We have a lot of students from overseas. If we compare the number of the international students, it's not really highest, but if we compare the ratio of the international students, we are highest under the public universities. So our campus really friendly for the student from overseas. And the student from overseas are from more than 100 countries. Of course, we have a lot of students from the Philippines. And about 50% are from East Asia, including China and Korea and Taiwan. But the students from ASEAN come to the next. We have a large number of the students from Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia. And also the student from Philippines, they have Filipino Student Association in Tsukuba. And I think I'm the staff in charge for those taking care of the student association from the Philippines. Then this high ratio of the international student is not established a few years ago, but we gradually increasing the number of the international students. As you can see here, you can see the year at the bottom from 1984, and the red number is inbound international student. And epoch-making event to increase, to jump up the number of the inbound student is opening the degree programs all in English. Before, or still some of the students from other countries have a thought that studying bachelor or master PhD in Japan must have ability to speak Japanese. And that was true before. And many students had to study Japanese language before coming to the degree program. But now we have changed. Then we open a lot of degree programs all in English, so that the students from abroad who like to study specific majors or courses only in English, we welcome them every year. This is not only University of Tsukuba, but the many other universities in Japan are same. And actually, 2009, you can see the start of the Global 30 project. This is like a government-driven project to increase the English degree program. Then I think 13 universities got relatively big funding from the Japanese government. So that then they have to open the English degree program, and University of Tsukuba was one of that. Then we open a lot of degree program, and the background of this is our serious problem about the aging society. This is a quite different, or let's say opposite situation from the Philippines, that population in Japan started decreasing around 4 or 5 years ago. And most serious decrease is around young age. So the number of the people coming to the age for university admission is decreasing rapidly. So many universities, we have around 800 universities in Japan, and about 100 are the public universities. And we need to adjust, cope with this situation. Then we have two missions, or like things to do in the higher education. One is recurrent education for the people in the business sectors, or people who have finished studying already. So those who would like to come back to the university to do a specific study or specific major, we welcome them, and we prepare some degree program for them. And another one is to open the door for the student from abroad. And my responsibility in my university is to arrange educational programs for the student from abroad. So that's why one of the bottleneck to welcome the student from abroad was Japanese language requirement. If we keep doing all the education in Japanese language, I think the number of the students who like to come to Japan will not increase much. So we need to change our policy, that we need to change our education, the teaching language from Japanese to English. So that, of course, some Japanese students who like to study Japanese language, they can do those traditional program all in Japanese, but we also have another program all in English. So many universities in Japan now have a degree program in Japanese language and degree programs in English. And we allow the student in the Japanese language program, to take courses in the English program as well. And also, of course, students in the English program can take courses in the Japanese program as well if they able to catch up the courses in English, in Japanese. Sorry. And this is a list of the degree programs in offered in English in University of Tsukuba. We have, actually this is a bit old. We have now 6 undergraduate degree program, and 20 in the master degree program, and 6 PhD program. Number of the degree program in English in graduate level, like a master and PhD, are much more than undergraduate program. This is also another reason. In Japan, the graduate study is more research oriented, not much coursework. So the graduate student spend more time to do the research for the thesis study, and coursework is really minimum. So to do a research, important thing is to communication with the research supervisor and presentation of the research achievement in the international conference on the thesis defense. And those can be done English as long as the research supervisor can communicate in English. So that it will be easier for us to open the degree program in English in the graduate level, because not much coursework. But for undergrad, different. We have, of course, we have a lot of coursework, and the number of the credit required for the bachelor degree is, I think it's in the Philippines almost same, around 120 to 30 degree, the credits, and majority are from coursework. So a lot of lectures or the seminars have to be given in English. So the opening the new program in English is a bit more tough than graduate level. And here, another unique point of the University of Tsukuba is affiliate member of the SEAMEO. I think that Dr. FL also mentioned a little bit about the SEAMEO and the affiliate member, and I think she mentioned the University of Tsukuba as well. SEAMEO is an organization where education minister, or in case of the Philippines, I think the secretary of the Department of Education, get together and do a kind of policy making, or they do some agreement around ASEAN, Southeast Asia. But they do have some members from other outside ASEAN region, and they set affiliate member. For example, the affiliate member from United Kingdom is a British Council, and the affiliate member from Japan is University of Tsukuba. We had some discussion with our Ministry of Education. If Ministry of Education will be a member of the affiliate member of the SEAMEO, but they assigned University of Tsukuba to be a represent as from Japan. Then we became affiliate member of the SEAMEO. Then in SEAMEO, there are a lot of centers focusing on the specific area of the education. I remember around 26 to 28 centers. And we have a lot of collaboration with the SEAMEO centers as well. And I think later I will introduce some of the activity with the centers. And I remember 2 centers are located in the Philippines. One is the SEAMEO Innotech in Manila, and SEAMEO Siarca in Los Baños. And SEAMEO Innotech is like a tech, knowledge management and teaching innovation. And SEAMEO Siarca is agriculture education research. And I'm closely working with them, also both of them as well. And this is a photo where we have a symposium, Tsukuba SEAMEO Symposium. This is a 2019, but we have been doing this for every year, more than 10 years. And this year we have done it online. And every year we change the focus of the symposium. And next year, our focus is on teacher education. So if some of you are interested, you can participate in this symposium. Of course, we have some representative from the Philippines as well. So I hope some of you will be interested in this one. And the presentations in this symposium will be published in the scientific journal called the Journal of the Southeast Asian Education. And the right down photo is a courtesy visit to our representative from the Ministry of Education with the representative from the SEAMEO. At that time, Dr. FL was the vice director and the director was from Indonesia, Dr. Gatot. And now the Dr. Ethel is the director general. Okay, next. From here, I'd like to add a few slides about the current situation of higher education in Japan. Because situation is a bit different from Philippines and Japan, mainly caused by those population decrease in Japan. But I'd like to emphasize that again. This slide shows the number of the student mobility all around the world. So as you can see, the number of the students who like to go study abroad jumping up. And among those students, Asian student is really high ratio. I see a lot of Japanese students, a lot of Filipino students also are interested in the study abroad. However, in Japan, the situation is a bit different. Student tends to get interested to study abroad. So we have been analyzing why this happened, and we come up with some the result of this analysis, and we did a lot of questionnaires and the situation of the student. And one, I can introduce some. I can share with you some of the result of the analysis. One is that the unique system of the job hunting of the college student in Japan. In Japan, job hunting start from before graduation. So most of the students, if they would like to get a job after graduation, they need to start around third year of the college. That means they spend 1.5 years for job hunting, visiting company and doing some seminar or sometimes interview with the executive of the company. Then study abroad, majority are from third and fourth year student. And this has some conflict that some student tends to go more for the job hunting than study abroad. That's why the students are not really interested in the study abroad. Another thing is, I think the previous speakers from Taiwan also say that the language proficiency of those Japanese students. Some Japanese students are really good in English, but majority are still very weak. They don't have enough language proficiency to catch up the courses offered in English, so that they tend to stay in Japan and finish all the courses in Japan. But this opposite situation between the world student mobility and Japanese students is really serious in Japan, because as I told you, the Japanese population start decreasing. And that's not only about the admission to the university, but also the business sectors or Japanese industrial sectors in Japan as well. So if we see the Japanese market is shrinking because of the decrease of population. So Japanese companies who used to make major business in Japan tends to go out from Japan. So now most of the company, for example, large company like Toyota or Sony, their major business is in abroad. They have to set up a lot of branches or their business partners abroad. So they expect college graduate students with a lot of international experiences. So they request Ministry of Education and the university that we need to have a bit more, focusing more about the international education or experience with the global situation or the communication skills. But the Japanese student tendency is like this. So there's a big gap between this. So we take very serious. Then I'm trying very hard to encourage students study go abroad. And of course, I know they have some challenges to go abroad. So for example, the language proficiency things, we do a lot of language training courses. And this is not only in my university, but some of the students who would like to do a language training course abroad. So we do we make a partnership with the foreign partner universities or language school to accept the student around 1 month or 2 months for the language study. And I know a lot of partners in the Philippines. So a lot of students come to the Philippines just for the language improvement. And after that, they try study abroad. Another thing is job hunting thing. So the many company have agreed to do a kind of job hunting process online. So the situation is getting better, and now the number of the study abroad are now not decreasing, increasing now. And besides that, if we say study abroad for Japanese students think about going to the Western countries. United States, Canada, or Australia, or Europe. Those countries were major study abroad destination for Japanese students. But if since the study abroad is one of the very big requests from the private sectors, industrial sectors from Japan, and for them, which country or which region is the important business partner? Okay, and most of the industrial sectors answers that their important business partner are from Asia, and it used to be China, but now majority of the industrial sectors say that most important partner is ASEAN. ASEAN keep top for a few years already, that the most important partner for Japanese business sectors. Then we look at the number of the students going abroad to ASEAN or China. That's again come to very opposite situation, that the study abroad towards ASEAN is really minimum. And there was a big imbalance between inbound and outbound. We receive a lot of students from ASEAN. We are happy to have a lot of students from ASEAN countries, but unfortunately, Japanese students are not interested in study abroad to ASEAN. So I'm encouraging them, especially to the ASEAN countries, for study abroad. Then later, I will introduce one program called the AIMS. That is a study abroad among Japan and Korea and ASEAN. So I'm promoting that program in whole Japan. Okay, then that is University of Tsukuba and some of the situation of the higher education in Japan. Then I'd like to go a bit more specific about the pandemic. So as you can see here, the number of the new patients is increasing, and this is the data until January. But it seems that from this figure, you can see the number of the new patient decrease after January. But now we have another wave, so we call this wave is the fourth wave. And just today, Japanese government declared that the fourth emergency alert. So I think number of the patient is as high as the third wave, and everybody hope that this fourth wave will finish soon. But the vaccination process is still not not enough, so that I think that we need to set like emergency alert by the government to minimize the people's flow movement. And as you can see here, then some of the prefectures are set really special alert prefectures. So the big prefectures like Osaka, Tokyo, Fukuoka, and some prefectures nearby also set as a special alert prefectures. So the Tsukuba is in Ibaraki prefecture, just nearby Tokyo. So we are designated as a special alert prefectures as well. Also, then we promote 3C practices to minimize the infection, expansion of the infection. So these 3Cs means the closed spaces and crowded places and close contact setting. This is also used in the schools as well. So it's easy to explain to the students. Actually, these are in Japanese, but in English we call 3Cs, but in Japanese we call sanmitsu. So it's the same meaning. So when we explain to the student, we need to avoid this situation. And in the university, we set a very detailed guideline for the lectures or for the lab class or practical seminars or those. And one of the different things from the Philippines is that we don't have a lockdown. We say like emergency alert, but we do not have how to say the big punishment if people do not follow this request. So just a request from the government or prefecture, and I don't know, but we never say it's lockdown. And another important event in Japan was Olympic 2020. Actually, we are supposed to have Olympic last year, but we decided to postpone. That means we are going to have Olympic this year from July. At this moment, we are planning to have it, but it seems that we need to change how to accommodate, how to welcome the athlete or related people. I think we will push through it, but maybe we cannot welcome the audience. Maybe athlete and some related staff or coaches as well. Okay, then next slide is. And what happened to the HEIs? For your basic information, in Japan, all the schools, not only higher education school, start the school from April. And graduation is March. And in university level, we have a 2 semester starting from first semester start from spring, April, we call spring semester. And that spring semester will be until July. And August, September, summer break. And second semester, we call fall semester, start from October. And that is until February or March. Then, since the first pandemic became very clear, obvious, last year March, then we had a lot of issues, and I can share how to cope it. So one is that those who graduate on March, from those who means I think students from abroad graduate from March, they didn't have means to go back. We need to accommodate them, because if they graduate, that means they don't have a status as a student. And if they don't have a status as a student, their visa is no more valid. So their visa also expired. But they have no way to go back. Then Japanese government and the higher education institution has decided to offer certain status as a student. They graduate degree already, but we gave them a kind of research student, then so that they can keep visa active and they can stay in Japan also. And more serious thing is that many of them, especially from Philippines, are supported by the scholarship program. For example, Japanese government scholarship program. And of course, scholarship will end if they graduate, but they cannot go back. So that we decided to extend their scholarship to stay in Japan. So as long as they stay in Japan, we extend their scholarship. Otherwise, they have a severe difficulty to stay in Japan. Okay. And last year, from the April spring semester and October, all classes were done online. I think this is almost same in the Philippines. Then, especially for the lecture classes, important thing is that security issues. If we do lectures face to face, we did not pay attention so much about this. But once we deliver the lecture online, our teaching material or the reading material, we need to be careful about the security issues. For example, publicity or the copyright. So the universities opened a lot of the workshop or guidance for the staff, professors, how to handle those things. So the in my case also, I had to change some of the photos or some of the picture data in the my lecture, Then if I didn't get any approval from the original data, I need to change, or I ask the original data authors to get permission to share it in the lecture. And even though we did most of the courses online, some of the classes had to be changed because some of the class has to be done on face-to-face. For example, the practical lessons, especially laboratory class in the science or engineering, or the medical practices in the university hospital or nursing, or the physical education or agricultural farming. So the university set a guideline to conduct those classes. And the last spring semester, last year, April, we couldn't have this because we could not do it under this guideline. But after that, like fall semester, by changing the form of the classes, we were able to conduct some of the practical courses. I will show you the photo later. And for the study abroad or staff dispatching, actually how to decide if we can go or not. And of course, at this moment, nobody can go, but the university cannot decide by ourselves. We have a system called Overseas Travel Safety Information offered by Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan. And this overseas travel safety information is showing the risk level in overseas depending on the area or regions. You can see two maps. This is a map of the ASEAN, Philippines located in the center. And the risk is categorized into two categories. One is the infectious disease risk. Another one is the general risk. Infectious disease risk is more important at this moment, like a risk about infectious disease or the those pandemic things. And general risk is like a public security or terrorist risk. And you can see the color difference and the risk level 1 to 4. And if no colors, that means level 0. And all universities in Japan follow that if the risk level is more than 2, we cannot send students. And if the risk level is more than 3, we cannot send the staff as well. So you see the left map, in the purple one, all countries are colored in purple or light purple. That means we cannot send the student to every country now. But the countries with the light purple, we can send the staff because it's level 2. So yesterday, one staff went to Thailand. Then, of course, there are many procedures to clear, but we allow them to go now. It's because it's risk level 2. And the right map is the yellow one. So this is like a general risk. And risk level 1 is 0, so students still can go. But the light orange one, in the Philippines, you can see this color a bit in the southern part of the Philippines. Actually, even we don't have any problem about this pandemic disease. We cannot send the student in those areas. Southern part of the Philippines or the border between Malaysia or Thailand. So this area, Japanese university need to be a bit careful if we send a student. Okay, this is a photo during the my laboratory class under the new guideline. You can see the left top photo. This is me, and I'm delivering the introductory lecture for chemistry class, chemical laboratory class. And you can see the screen here. This is taking same transferring my image to the other room actually. And right top photo, you can see only one student in one bench. Usually one bench has 3 to 4 students, but the new guideline limit the number of the student in the one room. So we can allocate only one student in each bench. That means if we have more students, we need to have another room. That's why you can see the left down photo that this lab room, laboratory classroom, is like a connecting room. There's another same room at the back of me, and the introductory lecture is transferred to the next room by Wi-Fi. Then you can see the right down photo. They are watching only video image. Okay, but actually this is from next room. So this is the way we conduct the lab class. So we need a bit larger space, and we need to change the time schedule so that the different classes can be accommodated in the one semester. Okay. So other student support under this pandemic situation. Classes were done online, but the freshmen, we do a lot of activity for freshmen, like a newly admitting student, orientation or those mental support done online as well. Especially under this pandemic situation, a lot of students has a bit challenge on the mental health, and we strengthen the support for this, and we open online, like counselor service and guidance service. And second point, I told you already that those who could not go back, I think that we gave a status and we extend the scholarship. And the third one, yeah, this is also another problem that during the beginning of the pandemic, some students were doing study abroad, and they didn't want to come back. Some of them, for example, some student was studying in Taiwan, which the situation was much better than Japan, and but due to the regulation, the risk level is high. Then we had to ask them to come back. So we asked all of them to come back, and some students say that they are not ready to fly due to the financial problem. So we did a financial support for the student for the emergency coming back also. And the fourth one is also a bit serious. In Japan, most of the college students are doing the part-time job. And this some measures by the government or prefecture brought serious impact on the business sectors, especially the business sectors where a lot of college students are doing the part-time job. And the business sectors try to secure the livelihood of the full-time workers, and the college students are part-time workers. And as a result, that business sector try to cut off the part-time workers, and a lot of students lost their opportunity to do a part-time job. And their part-time job is not for fun; it's there for their living expenses as student. So we decided to do a financial support for all students, and also the Japanese government also give some support for the student. And for the overall general support from the Japanese government, they give like a project on the cash giveaway for all nations, all the people in Japan, and that was around $940 US, and that was not limited to the Japanese citizenship. People living in Japan, including the international student in Japan as well, they were able to receive this financial aid from Japanese government. And one thing I also would like to share is that this is a natural disaster of the pandemic, but we used to have another big disaster called the Great East Japan earthquake. This is around 10 years ago, and there was an earthquake and a tsunami, a lot of victims, and experiences from that is lesson learned from that experience is first one is like increase in the demand for the science and technology related with the issues caused by current issues. This is like an increase. So nowadays, I think a lot of the research fund to promote the research and development for the related with the pandemic. So I think this will continue some more as well. And as I told you about the mental health support, the student getting a bit weak in the mental health. So some students even felt a kind of hopelessness in the student mindset. And under this natural disaster situation, I think we need to do some for the student support, financial and mental health. So under this situation, I have some recommendations to cope with this pandemic. One is the study abroad is totally difficult now, but some students are graduating soon. Then they came to university with the expectation to have some experience for study abroad or to do some coursework abroad, but they cannot do it. So we need to set a clarification of a kind of necessary capacity or competence for global human resources. Usually in Japan, we say a lot of like development of the global human resources is very important because of those Japanese private sectors and population diagram like that. Then global human resources, to be a global human resources, go abroad, study abroad is the best way or the most important things to do in the college age. We used to think like that, but now those study abroad is impossible. So we are now trying to set what is the necessary capacity or competence to be a global human resources. Then study abroad is just a mean, only one means to achieve that capacity or competence. So that under this impossible of study abroad, but we need to find another way to achieve that goal. Without going abroad, what can we do to be a global human resources? And natural disaster or this serious problem situation, the cross-disciplinary approaches is very important. This is not only education, but to cope with this situation, cooperation between the different disciplines is quite important. Okay, then I'm going to the third part of my talk. It's like engagement and contribution with the SEAMEO through two programs. One is the AIMS program, and another one is the C Teacher project. I hope this will be a kind of good opportunity for students in UST to do some activity with University of Tsukuba. So first is AIMS program. I don't have to explain what is ASEAN, of course, and what is SEAMEO, but there are many centers under SEAMEO, as I told you, 26 or 28. And there is one center focusing on higher education. That is the SEAMEO RIHED, SEAMEO Regional Center for Higher Education and Development. And this center is trying to a kind of quality assurance, academic calendar, credit transfer system in the higher education level in the ASEAN. And to achieve this goal, one of the best way is to move the student, like student mobility, so that the student can bring the differences or clarify the differences in the different countries. Then we can set the standard of ASEAN for the credit transfer or school calendar or the quality assurance. Then they start the student mobility program. That is the AIMS program. And we have some regulation of the AIMS. Actually, this used to be a name under ASEAN International Mobility for Students, but now Korea and Japan joined. So we call now ASEAN International Mobility for Students. And the reciprocal study abroad program for one academic semester. And university joining this program must offer courses in English and must apply credit transfer system. So that because some students are worried if they go study abroad for one semester, their graduation will be delayed. But if we apply credit transfer, they can convert the credit from the study abroad university, host university, to their home university credit, so that they can use that for graduation. So that they don't have to delay the graduation if they do plan well. And joining this program has to be approved by the education minister. So in the case of Philippines, I think CHED approved it. And I remember 9 or 10 universities, only this limited universities in the Philippines are member of the AIMS program. And the University of Santo Tomas is a member of this AIMS program. And the tuition fee of the host university has to be waived under academic agreement. And the field trip internship program are included as well. Then there are 10 disciplines under this program. 4 disciplines under social science and humanities, and 6 disciplines under natural science and technologies. And now each country send a representative for this program, and we have a steering committee every year. And the last steering committee had a discussion to increase the study discipline. And one of the candidates is a teacher education. There was a proposal to add teacher education. And also there was a proposal that non-active discipline to decrease, to delete. So I want to say which one is delete, but there was a strong request to add the teacher education. So it would be possible to add the teacher education as a one discipline on the AIMS program. And this is the history of the AIMS program, started from the 2011 as like a pilot study with the three countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. And after that, Vietnam, and 2013, Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, and Japan joined. In 2017, Korea, South Korea joined. Then 2019, Singapore. And I heard that Cambodia is now ready to join. So the most of the countries almost joining this program. Okay, so that is okay. Then in University of Tsukuba, we offer the courses in English using the courses offered in the English degree program. We have 3 undergraduate degree program all in English. One is the Life and Environmental Sciences, and another one is the International Social Studies, and the third one is the Medical Sciences. We have around 400 courses offered in English, so the student can take the courses in these 3 programs. And these are the students in the study AIMS program. So every semester I receive around maybe 30 to 40 students from ASEAN countries. And every semester we have some Filipino students. This semester we had UP Manila and UP Diliman, and I think Ateneo as well. Okay. And I hope some of the students from University of Santo Tomas will come during this program in the future. And another program is a C Teachers. It is really finally related with the teacher education. This is an initiative done by the SEAMEO Secretariat directly under the SEAMEO, Dr. Ethel's organization. Like a pre-service teacher practicum, usually done domestically. But since we have ASEAN standards, so that we try to do across the country in ASEAN. Then our part is, how about doing it with Japan? And I propose to do a kind of pilot study with the 3 universities in the ASEAN. So one from Thailand, one from Philippines, and one from Indonesia with the pilot study. I propose this because in Japan, number of the population is decreasing, but the schools are having more and more kids from abroad. And the teachers have some challenges to cope with the children from abroad. But some students finish nursery school abroad, their home country, and they come to Japan for the primary school or the secondary school. And the teachers, many teachers in Japan are not ready to educate the children from abroad together with Japanese students. And there are some issues among the Japanese children and the children from abroad as well in the school. So the college student who like to be a teacher knows this situation. They are really interested in doing the pre-service teacher practicum, teaching practicum in abroad. Then if we look at which country sending a lot of children to Japan, this majority from ASEAN. A lot of the children from Philippines come with the parents as well. So I think doing this teaching practicum with the ASEAN countries is really good for Japanese students as well. And also, I think this is good for the student in ASEAN to do some teaching practice in Japan as well. And my university has a lot of affiliated high school. So I talk with the teachers in the high school, affiliated high school. They really agree to do this pilot study. And when we proposed this, we signed the agreement. Then this was 2019, and this we didn't know anything about pandemic yet. And there was a evaluation meeting of the city teacher project in Thailand, and we decided to launch this pilot project with the approval of Dr. Ethel as well. And I think at that time I met the delegation from the University of Santo Tomas. First time, you can see the two photos here. Then I was happy to know the delegation from the University of Santo Tomas. Then in the future, maybe we could do a kind of cooperation for the teacher education for our students as well. And during the teaching practicum in the Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, I did a kind of monitoring. In this pilot project, the partner institution in the Philippines was the Central Luzon State University in Nueva Ecija. Then I sent two college of education, to do like English and mathematics education there. And I did monitoring and discussion with the professors in the CLSU. And for Thailand, one student teaching mathematics and one is physical education. That was really successful, but I was supposed to continue this for 2020 as well, but unfortunately we couldn't do it. But we are ready to resume it again after the situation is getting better. Okay, so I think that all for today is my talk. Then thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakaupi Nomura, Director, International Exchange Support, Global Commons of the University of Tsukuba, Japan. How we wish we could travel to our partner universities abroad for academic and research discussions, but the pandemic has limited us to virtual collaborations for the meantime. We thank you for introducing us to the University of Tsukuba, which made us appreciate your offerings for teacher education. We learned a lot and in fact are excited about the transnational education and transnational research opportunities that your university and other Japanese universities offer. Thank you also for allowing us to benchmark on the pandemic challenges and responses of Japan, even the policy implications of natural disasters in your educational system. Thank you, Dr. Nomura. We acknowledge our viewers from the Aklan Catholic College, Capiz State University, and College of Immaculate Conception in Cabanatuan. Thank you for tuning in. At this juncture, we shall entertain the questions, insights, and other rejoinders of our dear participants. We invite our speakers, Dr. Ye and Dr. Nomura, to join us in the open forum. But before the questions, allow me to give some of the comments that our audience articulated. Principal Marites Labagues is thankful for the organizing committee that made this first international virtual conference possible. It's very informative, and she hopes, the same way we hope in UST, that we can have a virtual partnership with the institutions of our resource speakers. Allow me to pose the first question to Dr. Yvonne Ye. This is with regard to student motivation. In the Philippines, some of the factors that motivate students to learn English are the prestige factors and economic factor. In the Philippines, we are perceived to be more educated if we speak English. And of course, we aspire to hone our skills in the international language so that we could access global opportunities, considering that we are a labor exporting country. What do you think could serve as motivation for Taiwanese students to learn English, considering that Western colonial mentality is not that prevalent in Taiwan, and you are also a developed country which is self-sustaining? Dr. Ye?
Okay, you hear me, right? Okay.
Yes, doctor.
So let me clarify the questions. It's about the Philippine students and who would like to learn more about that, the overseas or?
The question is about what could motivate Taiwanese students to learn English, considering that unlike in our context in the Philippines, where we primarily aspire to learn so that we could access global work opportunities, well, Taiwan is a developed country and may be self-sustaining. So what could motivate your students to learn the international language?
Okay, You can see that from Japan cases that you Dr. Nomura mentions things like the students in Japan, they do not like to go study abroad, that kind of thing. In Taiwan, we do have this kind of problem. Only a few students would like to try to study abroad. And just like I mentioned in my presentation, that a lot of students are not that motivated learning English. So if you are asking me that how should we motivate our students to pursue their English learning, especially considering that I'm glad that you also mentioned us as a developed country. I do feel honored about that. And so yes, a lot of people in the world think us as an IT island, but actually the students in Taiwan, we are quite low confident using English. So a lot of students, they want to learn it, but they just don't find a good strategies and learning that, and we do not have the environment. So that is the task for our government right now. And so our government tries to build up. That is why I mentioned things like most of the subject teachers are encouraged to teach their subject in English. And I do notice that from several teachers I supervise with and also collaborate with, they are trying to develop the bilingual education teaching in subject content. They are using some activities and trying to make learning more fun, and also having a game in classrooms. But I have to say that they are pretty tricky in that part, because they still have a lot of content knowledge to cover. So to ensure that the students learn the content knowledge, so they do it in the difficult phrases, difficult concept, they do it in Chinese. But whenever it comes into the game and also other things, then the teachers use English. So that is one part. And then the second part is like, right now the government also encourages the university to implement English as a medium university. So if our government has forced most of the university to offer the instruction in English, then which means that most of the high school students or the middle school students, they probably need to force themselves to be devoted into English learning. Otherwise, they cannot get into the university. And then, so this is also a cultural thing that people in Taiwan, we have almost 95% acceptance rate getting to the college. So most of the students think that they have to get into university. So I think it is a good strategy that our government wants try to encourage as many as the university to offer the English as a medium instruction. And so this is a part. And the third part, I would say, although I don't like the government to offer several funding programs, but I do believe that the schools need adequate resources to implement those things. Those teachers need empowerment plans, which includes that they learn new ideas. And the second thing, that they do have good compensations for delivering interesting and good bilingual education. So that can motivate the teachers. And if they can develop the good quality instruction, I believe that the students will be better motivated.
Thank you, Dr. Ye. Our second question: what pandemic-proof mechanisms and processes should be in place in order to ensure that teacher education institutions will be able to produce teachers who are imbued with the varied competencies that you mentioned? Can you suggest strategies on how to go about this?
Okay, so for this one, I have to say that just like in the beginning, that we do not do any remote or distance learning especially in this period of time. And so we run everything normal, but which means that our teachers who have already been pretty weak at technology, they are even weaker in technology uses compared with the teachers overseas. I have to admit that. And then, so right now, some university, especially the teacher colleges, do recognize such an issue, and it's a risk for our teachers in the future. So we believe that in our teacher education program, we also ask our students, they have to take the multimedia development courses and that kind of thing. But we have that kind of courses for decades, but the teachers still do not do good in the technology, that kind of thing. So right now we change in NTNU, we change to a new method. It's like even the teacher education course professors, they have to collaborate with each other. So the professors in course development and also the professors in multimedia, they have to collaborate with each other. They try to develop certain good course outline, that especially for online course teaching and online course design, that types of the modules for our pre-service teachers. And although I have to say that the students still get used to the online thing, because they do not feel that there's a need for them, because right now in Taiwan, just everything's normal. So it's really hard for them to get an idea about that. But right now, at least that our government and also some teacher education colleges do recognize that, and we implement several courses and try to ask our students to develop, to design, and also we probably can only do the designing the online teaching modules, and ask the students to design, and maybe in the future, if it's too bad that we have to close the schools, and then the teachers are forced to do the online teaching, and probably then our pre-service teachers have the chances to practice that part or do the internship. Otherwise, right now, I would say, especially like the atmosphere in Taiwan right now, so it's really hard for us to strengthen that part.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ye, for the comprehensive answers. We now ask questions to Dr. Nomura. First, do your institution offer student exchange programs, particularly in the area of sports nutrition, and short courses in sport nutrition for your faculty?
Okay. Academic agreement between UST and Tsukuba is not only department level. It's like a university level. So the student in any field and can join the exchange, and we do have a sports nutrition courses and some majors. So the student in UST can come and take courses in the sport nutrition. And if you have a similar courses in UST, of course you can transfer the credit, because agreement do state about the transfer of the credit. And this is not, the agreement is not only for exchange, student exchange, but also the research collaboration also. So the staff who would like to do a collaboration in the field of sports nutrition, we can do research collaboration. And I'm coordinator of this agreement in Tsukuba side. So maybe they can contact me or contact my office. Then I can coordinate with the suitable supervisor for the research collaborator for that one. But short courses, specifically on the sports nutrition, we don't have that yet. So maybe I can convey this message to the people in the sports nutrition, that there are some people in the Philippines who would like to have a short course on that one. But if really would like to do that one, maybe starting the small collaboration, research collaboration, or information sharing with the specific field would be good for that one. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Nomura. Actually, that's the second question because we have a lot of participants who are interested to forge formal partnerships with your institution. Could you give us in a nutshell how do they go about approaching you and initiating the formal agreement?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I think, and this only limited time is not enough to do it. But at this moment, what I can say that is maybe my office can be in charge for that. And people who establish this agreement, my side, me and my staff, and the UST side also some coordinator help assisted for setting up this agreement. So that these two sides should be like a focal point for this former future collaboration. So that if some of the staff in my university would like to do some specific collaboration or student exchange, maybe I can get in touch with the coordinator of the UST side.
Thank you, Dr. Nomura.
And can I add one comment on the previous question for the professor from Taiwan?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
How to motivate, encourage. I have from my experience that my presentation said that the Japanese situation, that the people in the industry sectors would like to have a student with the communication skill, international experience. I keep telling the students, some students are really motivated by my explanation, but some are really not. They don't listen to me. But I tried another way, that studying, if we say study English or improve communication skill, they are not interested. But if they make friends with the student from a country who speaks English, they really would like to do. And once they make friends, they study very hard. So that I arrange a kind of extracurricular activity to arrange the cultural exchange. So under this situation, I do an online chat. Actually, a lot of students from USC also join. About a few hundred students from abroad and about 30 to 40 students from my university do a chat. And what I do is just facilitation. And once they join, those 30 Japanese students started studying English very hard. So from my experience, that's a good motivation for them. Not the study, but just starting chatting, make friends.
Yes, we are aware of the efforts of the Japanese government to really increase the number of teachers that could facilitate the learning of the international language. In fact, locally, we have the Japanese exchange teacher program. And some of our student teachers have flown to Japan to share their expertise in English as teaching assistants in the primary levels.
I appreciate very much. I see a lot of we call JET program, like assisting.
Yes, the JET program.
A lot from Philippines. I appreciate very much for the Filipino scholars, the teachers' contribution to the Japanese education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And now, of course, we will award our certificates of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Allow me to read the citation of our certificate. The University of Santo Tomas College of Education awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Professor Yvonne Ye, PhD, for sharing her time, knowledge, and expertise as a speaker on the topic Functional Competency and Personal Identity Reshaping, Crisis and Opportunity for Teacher Candidates in Taiwan, delivered during the first International SAM Conference for Teacher Education and Formation with the theme Harmonizing Functional Competence and Personal Identity in Teacher Education, given this 23rd day of April in the year of our Lord, 2021. Signed by the Dean, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, LPD, PhD, and the Regent, Reverend Father Maximo P. Gatela, OP, PHL. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Yvonne Ye.
Thank you very much, and it's my honor to be here.
Thank you, Doctor. The same certificate, or the certificate with the same citation, is awarded to Dr. Nomura P. Nakao for sharing his expertise today with us. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We again express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Professor Yvonne Ye, PhD, and Dr. Nomura P. Nakao. And of course, Tempus fugit, time flies fast. We have now come to the conclusion of our International SAM Conference. To conclude our activity, may I call on the Chair of the Department of Secondary Education and Officer in charge of the Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery, Associate Professor Andres Julio V. Santiago Jr., PhD, for his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Assistant Professor Reyes. May I just share my screen? I prepared a short presentation also. I hope you could now see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Our ever dynamic Dean of the College of Education, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, PhD, our ever supportive regent of the College of Education, Reverend Father Maximo P. Gatella, OPPHL, our esteemed speakers, fellow administrators, faculty members, pre-service teachers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and mabuhay. I could have chosen to start my closing remarks with quotations from research findings or educational research, which I believe is important also, but it is the gratitude, the memory of the heart that I have for all teachers that led me to share with you a poem lovingly shared with me and to my classmates as well in the College of Education in the University of Santo Tomas by our Professor Minerva Gonzalez. In the interest of time, I'll just be flashing this poem, and I'd like to focus your attention towards the last part. I came again when days were gone. It was a man I looked upon. That early impress still he wore, and I could change it nevermore. As cited by my colleague, Assistant Professor Carmina S. Vicente, the Elementary Education Department Chair, this conference is a confluence, is indeed a confluence of minds, hearts, and souls engaged in the noble task of being purveyors of truth and light as teachers. For the College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas, this conference is in support of our initiative SCOUT, for teacher education, SLOPES for service learning, CORD for educational research, ELATE for learning flight path, OPINE for internationalization and linkages, PACES for alumni relations, RACE for internationalization and cultural dialogue, CLIP for public relations, and even, of course, our date, the degree acquisition timeline, which is not anymore just a profiling of our students in terms of their early professional development, but the whole spectrum of early professional development, as of course initiated by our Dean, Dean Romero. I remember my theology and professional education teachers in the College of Education, particularly Dean Lourdes J. Custodio and Associate Professor Dr. Giovanna Fontanilla, who synergized best efforts in developing our functional competence and personal identity as Tomasian pre-service teachers, especially in the active engaging in the discussion of St. John Paul II's Excorde Cliché. Again, as I flash on the screen this particular quotation, I am reminded of the problem-posing approach of Paulo Freire, where students are led into this world by their teachers, not as mere spectators, but as active members and nation builders. I remember Bolivian-American educator Jaime Escalante, who journeyed with his students towards their academic and personal success. As a community characterized by active and dynamic dialogue among its members, the university brings to our orientation the understanding of teachers. Allow me to once more flash some more quotes from Excorde Cliché. With this particular quotation, it is for this reason why teaching is always connected with research. As we develop our competencies as teachers in our career flight path from beginning teachers to distinguished teachers. As for students, we remember Conrado de Quiros when he wrote in Youthful Exuberance his essay on the idealism among students that move them towards action, especially in societal concerns. Catholic education and formation create religious, moral, and social sense among students, which are instrumental to their early professional development, who are competent in their field of discipline and committed and compassionate towards upholding the dignity and welfare of all men. We remember Mexican magical realism writer Octavio Paz, who reminds us of the concept of universal sympathy in this light. And even for administrators and directors in the university, Linda Darling Hammond, one of the giants in the field of education and educational research, writes, piecemeal teacher development policies not connected by a common vision are roadblocks to teaching and learning. What is needed is a cohesive approach aimed at aligning policies and incentives for recruitment, certification, preparation, induction, and professional development under the same set of standards. It is for this reason why academic institutions worldwide, through their administrators, had to immediately plan, develop, and implement activities and programs and systems that positively address the challenges of a borderless and flat screen world characterized by the VUCA world. Our Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Dr. Peralta, this morning mentioned, of course, her office, together with the Center for Innovative Teaching and Educational Delivery, and the Educational Technology Center, who are in partnership with the different academic units of the university to commit ourselves to continuous improvement and capacity building among our faculty members as they lead their students towards their academic success, which enable them to meet the requisites of their chosen vocation and profession as Tomasian graduates who are competent, committed, and compassionate, articulating the attributes of servant leadership, effective communication and collaboration, analytic and creative thinking, and lifelong learning. May this Psalm Conference, the first Psalm Conference in celebration of the 14th Antonio Gonzalez OP Memorial Lecture, the 6th Dr. Lourdes J. Custodio Memorial Lecture, and the 2nd Ninita Caralipio Honorary Lecture be a bridge made of love to unite us all teachers and inspire us as we continuously move forward in achieving our goals and objectives guided by our respective institutions' mission and vision in the noble task of education. Thank you very much to our esteemed speakers, our dear administrators, our dedicated teachers, our highly motivated pre-service teachers, our partners, my colleagues in the organizing committee, our partners in the EdTech Center for making this event a successful one. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Andres Julio B. Santiago Jr., Chair of the Secondary Education Department. To give us instructions on the evaluation of our conference and receipt of our certificates of appreciation, we call on Assistant Professor Maria Prian M. Tinupunan, MALS, Coordinator of the BLISS program.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, ma'am.
So may I request, thank you so much. May I request Ma'am Ami to proceed to the next slide, please? So good afternoon once again. To receive your certificate of participation, may we request all participants to complete the post-event evaluation survey accessible through the link flashed on the screen. You may also access the link using your QR code scanner. So next slide, please. This is the QR code. So you may use your cell phone or smartphone to access the code that you see flashed on the screen. Please be reminded of the following. Respondents will be required to sign in your Google account and is limited to one response. Make sure that you encode your name and email address properly because upon completion, your certificate will be sent via email automatically. For monitoring response and purposes, all responses will be accepted until 7 o'clock p.m. this evening. You may take a photo of the code right now or go to the chat box for the link. If you encountered any problems, please get in touch with the organizers of this conference or yours truly at mmtinipunan@ust.edu.ph. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Pri. The link to the evaluation form can also be found in the chat box. So kindly click on it now or contact the person in charge through mmtinipunan@usc.edu.ph for other comments and questions. And with that, we thank our speakers, organizers, and of course, audience, not only from the different parts of the Philippines, but even the globe, who joined us today in the International SAM Conference 2021. We also thank the Dean of the UST College of Education, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, LPT, PhD, and Regent Reverend Father Maximo P. Gatella, OP, PHL. We call on Mr. Hector Armando Sarion, President of the College of Education Student Council, for the closing prayer.
Let us put ourselves in the loving presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, Amen. Heavenly and loving Father, we praise you for waking us up today and the opportunity to have our first international psalm. Without you, this is not possible. Thank you for giving us strength, wisdom, and knowledge to our humbled guests and speakers. We pray, Father God, that you will continue to use each and every one of us in this webinar as an instrument to use our God-given talents to inspire, motivate, and illuminate the journey of our fellow brothers and sisters. Lord God, we lift up everything into your mighty hands, and we pray that you will continue to guide us every step in our way. This we ask in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Saint Joseph of Calasans, pray for us. Saint Thomas Aquinas, pray for us. Saint Dominic Guzman, pray for us. Mary, seat of wisdom, pray for us. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
With hearts flaming with passion for scholarship and love for mission, let us sing the UST hymn. Thank you. This has been the International Sound Conference 2021. See you again next year. Have a blessed weekend. We call on our panelists to please turn on their videos for